Chapter 117. Su Yu's eyes, which were in a daze, were suddenly filled with astonishment. Whoosh! Turning around, Su Yu forgot his propriety. He grabbed Yun Yan's shoulder tightly and said anxiously, "Speak!" Yun Yan groaned in pain. "You're hurting me." "Oh, I'm sorry, Yun Yan. I was rude." Su Yu realized he had lost control and hurriedly let go, his apology mixed with urgency, as he stared into Yun Yan's beautiful eyes. Yun Yan rubbed her aching shoulder, her heart filled with resentment, but more than that, envy. If Su Yu could do so much for his beloved fiancé, what about her fiancé in the inner sanctum? A trace of sadness and helplessness welled up in her heart. "It's simple," Yun Yan said. "After you left just now, the second elder gave the three of us who did not want to leave the faction a chance, and that is to participate in the Fallen Star contest tomorrow." Su Yu did not understand. Fallen Star contest? Yun Yan nodded. Yes, it is an annual contest in the outer sanctum, usually held a month after the recruitment test, which happens to be tomorrow. The Fallen Star contest gathers all the outstanding talents in the outer sanctum and holds a friendly competition. If you can cause the icy pearl above the icy azure lake to vibrate, you will successfully qualify to enter the inner sanctum and avoid the fate of being expelled. At that time, you should have a chance to meet your fiancé, Yun Yan slowly explained. In Yun Yan's vision, Su Yu's grief and anger had been replaced by determination, making it difficult for her to look him in the eye. But the chances are very slim. It's as good as nothing. Yun Yan could not bear to hurt Su Yu. The last time someone passed the Fallen Star contest was 100 years ago. That was Clan Master Shi. With the resources provided by Hanji, he finally broke through the shackles and entered the inner sanctum. After her, no other outer sanctum disciple has passed. Yun Yan's expression dimmed. To activate the icy pearl, one must at least have the fighting power of level 2 peak. How many outer sanctum disciples can reach level 2 peak? Although the second elder had given the three of them a chance, the chances were slim, close to zero. But what shocked Yun Yan was that Su Yu did not show any signs of disappointment, worry, or hesitation. Instead, the determination in his eyes became even more piercing. "Su Yu, have you never felt despair?" Yun Yan could not understand the look in Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu raised his head to look at the sky. Beneath his silver hair, his eyes were as deep as the stars. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he looked up at the sky and laughed. The most despairing person in the world isn't having a slim hope, but rather having no hope at all. Give me a shred of hope. I, Su Yu, can create a miracle. Su Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with unprecedented brightness. He was not afraid of having little hope. He was only afraid of not giving him the slightest bit of hope. A glimmer of hope, a miracle of the world. Yun Yan's delicate body trembled, her heart pounding. She stared at Su Yu, feeling that his figure was unprecedentedly tall. It was as if Su Yu could feel a majestic will that was unwilling to be shackled, rising against the heavens and tearing apart the world. It was vast and majestic, and it filled Su Yu's entire body, a trace of admiration, a trace of respect, and a trace of inferiority mixed together in his heart. The reason why Su Yu was so dazzling, charming, and imposing was not because he was handsome and charming, nor was it because of his extraordinary strength, but because of his incomparable defying will. Su Yu was able to go against all the obstacles in his life, and he was able to go against all the difficulties in his life. Like a comet, he cut through the cold, starry sky, leaving the world with a breathtaking scene. Yun Yan stared at him blankly, her maiden heart gently wavering. But after a moment, she finally restrained herself. She understood that she was attracted to Su Yu's will, but it was only a momentary good feeling. But if she continued to indulge in the majestic, defying will, it was inevitable that she would be unable to extricate herself. "I have a fiancé. I can't do this," Yun Yan muttered in her heart, and a ripple quickly calmed down. When she looked at Suyu again, her eyes were clear, and her beautiful eyes were full of sincere wishes. Suyu, I hope you can get what you want in tomorrow's battle. Suyu was grateful and asked, What about you? Yunyan smiled sadly. The family has already prepared a way out for me. You don't have to worry. After saying this, she elegantly turned around and left alone. She did not have Suyu's will, nor did she have Suyu's strength. There was no hope for the Fallen Star contest. Her only purpose in entering the Lucian faction was to find a legacy-level technique for the family. Suyu rubbed the 5 dragon blaze in his sleeves, unsure if this scroll was suitable for her. The fire-based legacy-level technique cultivated by the silver-robed guards of the Empire of Darkness was not suitable for Suyu. It would be better to give it to Yunyan as a parting gift, as well as a repayment for their previous acquaintance. But now was not the time. The 100 vassal clans did not have a legacy-level technique. If he gave it to Yunyan in front of everyone, she might not be able to return to the family alive. Other than them, there were also the black-armored guards in front of the Iron Bridge, as well as 2 or 3 scattered people. It was not convenient to take it out. He needed to find a time when there was no one around to secretly give it to Yunyan. Returning to the temporary quarters of the outer sanctum, Suyu sat in seclusion. He took out a medium-grade marrow cleansing elixir. It was dark blue in color, and its medicinal power was 100 times that of a low-grade marrow cleansing elixir. Tomorrow is the Fallen Star contest. The outer sanctum has accumulated countless years of outer sanctum experts. It is necessary to increase any bit of strength. Suyu opened his mouth and swallowed. In an instant, the powerful medicinal power filled his limbs, cleansing his flesh and bones. A layer of viscous liquid flowed out of Suyu's pores like mercury. A sense of ease and comfort welled up in his heart. It was as if a heavy burden had been removed. His body was clear inside and out. Not only was his body as light as a goose feather, but his soul had also been freed from its shackles and was extremely ethereal. His entire temperament changed once again, as if he was a person from a painting. This was the physical limit, a step away from the appearance of a mortal. The medicinal power was 100 times that of a low-grade marrow cleansing elixir, fierce and powerful beyond imagination. After the cleansing, most of the impurities in his body had been expelled, becoming transparent like an unpolished jade. The speed at which he absorbed energy was even faster. That day, the cold energy absorbed by the Ice Divine Temple was too vast. A large portion of it was difficult for his body to absorb, and it had settled in his flesh. Now that his body had become transparent, it had begun to absorb the settled cold energy. Coupled with the medium-grade marrow cleansing elixir, it carried a powerful energy. The two combined, and a surge of energy swept through Suyu's body like 10,000 galloping horses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suyu's cultivation level surged like a torrent, easily crossing the threshold of first-level upper-tier Holy King, advancing towards first-level peak Holy King. After a few hours, he finally stopped before first-level peak Holy King. He was just a step away from breaking through the shackles. As expected of the medium-grade marrow cleansing elixir, its effects were beyond compare. Unfortunately, it was not easy to obtain and could not be consumed for long periods of time. Time was tight, so Suyu quickly entered the state of time acceleration of 200 times to comprehend what he had learned. The next morning, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. That day, Suyu had taken the opportunity to absorb the ice seal to comprehend glazed ice flame, icy divine wings, and sigh of ice. However, only the movement technique icy divine wings was relatively easy to comprehend. He had broken through stage 1 lower class and cultivated the flying wings. Although glazed ice flame and sigh of ice had made great progress, they were still a step away from stage 1 lower class. Glazed ice flame was known as the best of the legacy level techniques, its power unpredictable. If he could comprehend stage 1 lower class, its power would be extraordinary. If Sai of Ice could comprehend stage 1 lower class, his spiritual energy would be 30% denser than his peers, and the power of the same technique would be 30% stronger. Extremely impressive. Unfortunately, both were still a step away from lower class. Suyu murmured, "If I can encounter something extremely cold, maybe I can break through both legacy-level techniques and reach a whole new level." Finally, Purple Star Thunderbolt was only a step away from top class. The Saint grade Holy Decree, after a long period of comprehension, also showed signs of transforming to a whole new level. Suyu could sense that he was currently at a bottleneck that was awaiting a transformation. Once the opportunity arrived, he would be reborn. Dong dong. The ethereal sound of a bell came from afar. The Fallen Star contest was about to begin. Clenching his right fist, Suyu looked at the mysterious inner sanctum, which was surrounded by countless stars. He said firmly, "Xian, wait for me." He would obtain the right to enter the inner sanctum and take Sienna away, never to be separated again. Whoosh! He left in a flash and headed toward the Fallen Star contest arena. This contest would be held on the cold star of the 17 fallen stars. Looking over, the sky was filled with figures. The outer sanctum disciples of the 17 fallen stars were all rushing toward the cold star. The annual Fallen Star contest had begun. Suyu flew over and landed in front of a magnificent arena that could hold 10,000 people. At the entrance, an elegant figure was waiting. There was a faint sense of loss on her face. Her lonely figure did not fit in with the bustling crowd. Although there were people stunned by her beauty, no one stopped for her. "Yunyan, are you waiting for someone?" Suyu came over and asked with concern. Yunyan looked up and forced a smile. "I'm waiting for Li Ji, my fiancé. I sent him a message yesterday." Suyu frowned slightly. The contest was about to begin. Once it began, the arena would be sealed and outsiders would not be allowed to enter. "Let's go, he won't come." Yunyan's eyes dimmed as she entered the arena with Suyu. Rumble. As the arena door closed, the contest officially began. In the arena, there were as many as 3,000 outer sanctum disciples. The weakest were at level 8 of the martial path, level 9, and even half holy kings. So you could also see many strong martial artists of the Holy King realm. In fact, he even discovered the existence of a second-level Holy King. Yun Yen was a member of the family after all. She was well informed and knew the details. She explained to Suyu, the Fallen Star contest is divided into 3 stages. The top 9 competition. Finally, the 9 dragons fight for the pearl. Whoever wins first place and causes the icy pearl to vibrate will be able to ascend to the heavens and become an inner sanctum disciple. They will enjoy endless resources, and their future achievements will be limitless. Suyu nodded. 3,000 people would compete to determine the top 100. The top 100 would compete to determine the top 9. The final 9 would compete to determine the Outer Sanctum King. If the Outer Sanctum King could activate the Icy Pearl, he would become an Inner Sanctum disciple. This year's Fallen Star contest is filled with strong martial artists. The 3 heavenly kings of the Outer Sanctum are all second-level Holy Kings. Even the number 1, Zhao Wuxia, recently reached second-level Peak Holy King. He is a once-in-a-century genius of the Outer Sanctum. Back then, he almost entered the Inner Sanctum. This year, he has a high chance of entering the Inner Sanctum. In addition, there will also be new inner disciples in the Fallen Star competition. They are the real geniuses compared to us, the bait. They will participate in the assessment together. For example, Sun Tianyang from the Sun family, who is ranked first among the 100 vassal clans, and Yuan, who from the Yuan family, who is ranked second. They have already been accepted as elder disciples in advance and are inner disciples. They do not need to compete for the inner sanctum. The reason they are participating in the Fallen Star contest is because the faction is giving them a rare opportunity to hone their skills. Secondly, It is to provide a benchmark for the outer sanctum disciples to measure the gap between them and the inner sanctum. Su Yu understood. Yuan, who was the chubby youth who had accompanied Lu Guang to maintain order in the recruitment test, a 14-year-old second-level Holy King, was impressive. That day he had said that if Su Yu entered the Lucian faction, he would make sure that Su Yu would never be able to rise again. Su Yu had never thought that he would be competing with him at the Fallen Star contest. I hope that you won't run into me. Otherwise, you will be greatly surprised by the past ant, Su Yu muttered to himself. Dong, the bell rang. The Fallen Star contest would decide whether the 3,000 disciples would crawl in the outer sanctum or become dragons. The battle that would decide the fate of Su Yu and Xiener had finally begun. Many people said it was even shorter. 2 chapters of 6,000 words was equivalent to 3 chapters of many authors with 2,000 words. That was quite a lot of words. Chapter 118. Participating disciples, come forward to receive your number plates according to the ranking of the 100 vassal clans, the referee announced from the center of the arena. Yun Yin took a deep breath. She was a little nervous, helpless, and desolate. Slowly getting up, Yun Yin bid farewell to Su Yu, forcing a smile. I hope you can meet your fiancé and say hello for me. Feeling the sadness in Yun Yan's heart, Su Yu nodded. After the competition, regardless of the result, please wait for a moment. I have something to give you. Slightly stunned, Yun Yan's nervous heart relaxed a little. She smiled and gracefully left. Brother Su, it's our Li family's turn to draw a number plate. The 3 juniors of the Li family respectfully reminded Su Yu. Su Yu entered the Lucian faction using the Li family's name. Naturally, he would receive a number plate with them. Taking a light breath, Su Yu stepped forward to receive the number plate, 111. The top 100 competition will now begin. 3,000 people will be divided into 100 teams according to the number plates you have received. The number plates will be distributed randomly. Su Yu was in the 10th group. The rules of the top 100 competition are that there will be a challenge within the group. If no one dares to challenge you, you will be the first in the group and advance to the top 100. This kind of rule was slightly unfair because there was an element of luck. If there was an extremely strong fighter in group, such as the 3 heavenly kings of the outer sanctum, the rest of the strong fighters could only regret it and not make it into the top 100. The advantage was that it saved a lot of time. Group 1 challenge begins. Group 1, 30 people all prepared at the preparation stage. Whoosh! A proud youth flew onto the stage, smiling as he cupped his fists. Everyone, if there is anyone who does not accept me, Ling Feng, you can come forward and fight. Ling Feng, a first-level peak holy king. In the outer sanctum, he was second only to the 3 heavenly kings, ranked within the top 10. He naturally had the right to guard the stage. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the audience was silent, looking at him strangely. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat, re-evaluating his group. Suddenly, a figure made his heart jump, his face ashen. The first king of the outer sanctum, Zhao Wuxia. Behind the crowd, a youth in his 20s sat quietly, wearing a plain green robe and an ordinary face. He had a peaceful temperament, giving people a sense of familiarity. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhao Wuxia smiled indifferently. This is a rare opportunity. You guys can learn from each other. I'll go on stage later. Ling Feng's face was pale. After a moment of silence, he cupped his hands and walked down the stage. I give up. In front of the number 1 heavenly king, Ling Feng didn't even have the will to fight. The difference between a second-level peak holy king and him was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Ling Feng were to exert his full strength, it would be difficult for him to even move a finger of his. The arena was silent for a moment, and no one went up again. They all revealed expressions of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. It was not easy for him to wait for the annual Fallen Star competition, but he encountered Zhao Wuxia. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuxia sighed and slowly walked into the ring. "Is there anyone willing to fight with me, Zhao Wuxia?" All 29 people lowered their heads. The 3,000 people present lowered their heads in unison. A look of disappointment flashed in Zhao Wuxia's eyes. A trace of invincible loneliness lingered around his body. In the outer sect, he was a lonely king. Although 3,000 people were a lot, none of them were a match for them. During the referee's announcement, Zhao Wuxia walked down the ring dejectedly. The competition of the first group ended at an unimaginable speed. Zhao Wuxia, the first heavenly king of the outer sanctum, the supreme king looked up to by 3,000 people. He was also the outer sanctum disciple with the greatest hope of becoming an inner sanctum disciple within 100 years. The next few rounds of competition took up an hour each, and everyone had their own competition, until the 5th round. In the 5th group, a person jumped out first. "Is there anyone who wants to fight with me, Zhao Longyang?" He was about 20 years old, dressed in a tight black robe. His skin was dark and his face was rough. He vaguely gave off a murderous aura. His cultivation had reached the frightening 2nd level upper tier, Holy King. He was the 2nd heavenly king of the outer sanctum, Zhao Longyang. At this moment, his grin was a little sinister. Below the ring, there was silence. Everyone in the group had a look of dread and even a trace of fear. They were in awe of Zhao Wuxia, but they were afraid of Zhao Longyang. This was because Zhao Longyang's attacks were quite ruthless. Those who fought with him would more or less be seriously injured. As a result, no one accepted the challenge. A bunch of trash. Zhao Longyang smiled contemptuously and walked down the ring. The referee announced Zhao Longyang's victory. It was another battle that ended extremely quickly. Then, the next round, a tall, arrogant 18-year-old youth leaped onto the arena. He was handsome and cold. He stood with his arms crossed, and his eyes were as cold as frost, giving people a chill. His cultivation had reached the frightening 2nd level lower tier, Holy King. This person was the 3rd heavenly king of the outer sanctum, Jiangming. "Is there anyone who wants to fight with me?" Below the ring, an unlucky 1st level peak, Holy King, went up. "Zhao Lin, I am willing to fight with you." Zhao Lin was a rare female outer sanctum expert. After jumping into the ring, she immediately attacked. Golden flower finger. Zhao Lin's jade-like hand lightly pointed, and 5 golden lights shone on the whole arena. It was very dazzling. Many spectators closed their eyes. Zhao Lin was hidden in the golden light, and it was difficult to distinguish her figure. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white hand suddenly stretched out from the golden light and hit Jiang Ming's body. At this moment, Jiang Ming could not open his eyes under the dazzling golden light. This palm was silent, and Jiang Ming could not guard against it. However, a scream came from within the golden light. Zhao Lin's delicate body flew back as if she was electrocuted. Jiang Ming slowly withdrew his shoulder. Just now, Jiang Ming only shook his shoulder, and Zhao Lin was sent flying. "Insignificant skills, and you dare to show off?" Jiang Ming opened his eyes indifferently and said coldly, "Who else?" Jiang Ming scanned the audience, and no one continued to fight. It was another extremely fast battle. Many of the following group battles were remarkable, but not as amazing as this one. Even the 10th battle where Su Yu was. In this group, other than Su Yu, there was no Holy King. Flying into the ring, Su Yu released a trace of Holy King aura and looked around at the 29 people. "If there are any challengers, please hurry up and finish the battle quickly." He could not wait to fight the strongest person in the Fallen Star sect, enter the inner sanctum, and take Sienna away. The outer sanctum disciples in front of the ring all felt unfamiliar, and no one recognized this 14-year-old 1st level Holy King. "Ai Lu Bao will try." A half Holy King jumped into the ring. He was about 25 years old, and his expression was fierce and full of murderous intent. Lu Bao. It is said that he has challenged a first-level Holy King and was not at a disadvantage. He hunts in the mountains all year round and has rich combat experience. Many people who have just entered the Holy King realm find it difficult to deal with him. Slightly licking his lips, Lu Bao secretly pondered. If he could defeat this little Holy King, even if it would be difficult for him to fight his way into the top 9, he could still enter the top 100 in such a stunning manner. Lu Bao was like his name, simple and direct, fast and violent. In the blink of an eye, a punch landed on Su Yu's face. Seeing that Su Yu's movements were so slow, he was overjoyed. Sure enough, this was a junior who had not experienced actual combat and had used drugs to improve himself. However, Lu Bao's punch could not continue, because a strand of Su Yu's silver hair floated over and gently touched his fist. His fist instantly froze, then spread to his whole body, turning him into an ice sculpture. From beginning to end, Su Yu had not made a move. Is there anyone else? Su Yu indifferently glanced at the remaining 28 people. Below the ring, there was silence. The Holy Kings were indeed powerful. In this group, Su Yu had advanced to the top 100 without any suspense. A few people who had noticed the battle were envious and jealous, especially the first-level peak Holy Kings who had been defeated. What's so great about relying on luck? If it were me, why would I worry about not being able to fight my way into the top 100? Although Su Yu had ended the battle quickly, he did not win in a stunning manner. Instead, he felt even more disdain. The next 20 battles were uneventful. However, there were a few people who were luckier, which made the audience angry. Wu Pongyun's opponent was only a first-level lower-tier Holy King, and he was easily defeated. Yun Yan's situation was similar to Su Yu's. In her group, there was not a single Holy King. The competition for the top 100 began. The 3 Heavenly Kings led the way, and the 3 extremely lucky newcomers were also the focus of attention. The competition for the top 10 begins now. A total of 102 people will be randomly divided into 9 groups. The strongest person in each group will advance. The format of the competition is a 2-loss system. Everyone has the right to be defeated twice. If you lose once, you can continue to challenge another time. If you lose both times, you will be eliminated on the spot. Although this method was a bit of a waste of time, it was more fair. The eyes of those who had paid attention to Su Yu lit up, a playful smile on their lips. Looks like Su Yu and that Wu Pangyun have been put to good use. They were actually assigned to the same group as Jiang Ming of the 3 Heavenly Kings. That's good. How can a group of people with more luck have the qualifications to obtain the honor of the top 100? Kick them out as soon as possible to show the level and standards of the Fallen Star contest. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become famous. On the arena, the first battle, Jiang Ming versus Wu Pangyun. The referee arranged the matches according to the cultivation level of the contestants. Hearing this, many of the audience could not help but laugh. The opening was a Heavenly King versus a lucky newcomer. Interesting. Wu Pangyun swallowed hard, secretly cursing his bad luck. He had thought he could still fight his way into the top 9, but in the top 100, he had encountered the 3 Heavenly Kings. Jiang Ming stood with his arms crossed, his eyes indifferent. He said arrogantly, "Make your move. Your luck has been exhausted." Clenching his teeth, Wu Pangyun suddenly made his move. Moon-breaking palm. The top-class deity level cultivation technique, imbued with all the spiritual energy of a first-level upper-tier Holy King, was incomparably terrifying. Jiang Ming stood motionless, his eyes indifferent. His eyes did not reflect Wu Pangyun's figure at all. The look in his eyes at that moment was very subtle, exquisitely illustrating what it meant to be arrogant. Boom! Wu Pangyun's palm struck Jiang Ming's chest. However, It was as if Wu Pangyun had struck a boulder. Poof! The boundless recoil caused his internal organs to shake violently, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. Wu Pangyun defeated. The referee announced, indifferently. There was ridicule in the audience seats. Finally showing your true colors? Even Zhao Lin was sent flying. It would be strange if he did not vomit blood after a few attacks. Amidst the ridicule, Wu Pangyun was ashamed. The second battle, Jiang Ming versus Su Yu. As he stepped down from the arena, Su Yu brushed past him and walked up to the arena. Because he was overly sensitive, coupled with the rift between the two, Wu Pangyun always felt that Su Yu had shown a mocking expression when he passed by him. Su Yu! Wu Pangyun shouted in embarrassment. He stopped in his tracks and stared at Su Yu's back. Su Yu calmly turned his head. What's the matter? Seeing Wu Pangyun stare, Su Yu felt inexplicable. How had he provoked Wu Pangyun? Su Yu, don't be complacent. You and I are of equal strength. If I lose, how much better can you be? Humiliating me now, aren't you afraid of being humiliated by others later? Wu Pangyun said angrily. Su Yu was slightly stunned, but immediately understood Wu Pangyun's current state of mind. He curled his lips and squeezed out a mocking smile. Useless. If you want my mockery, I'll grant it to you. Su Yu pretended to be helpless and turned to walk up the arena. You. Wu Pangyun's face turned green and then red. Good. Let me see how you deal with this later. Jiang Ming stood proudly. His eyes were still condescending and did not see Su Yu. Another lucky junior. Jiang Ming sighed softly. There was helplessness and shame in his heart. You are not worthy to fight me. But this is the arena, so I can only reluctantly do it. A trace of deep disgust condensed on his face. So, make your move. Finish the battle quickly. It seemed that people like Su Yu, who relied on luck to get here, would make him feel disgusted even if they were in the same arena. Finish the battle quickly? Good. That's exactly what I intend to do. Su Yu's gaze was calm. So, please make your move. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to. Chapter 119. Everyone was startled. He had never expected that Su Yu would say such a thing. A layer of frost gradually formed in Jiang Ming's condescending eyes. You've said what I should have said. Only Jiang Ming, the heavenly king of the outside sanctum, was qualified to say such words to Su Yu. I do not want to repeat the same words a second time. Let's end this quickly. Please make your move. Su Yu was anxious. There were only 3 days left before Xianer was to get married. His heart was full of anxiety. Jiang Ming was furious, presumptuous. Waves without wind. It was a top-class deity-level technique. Iron Wolf 8 trigrams palm. It was a top-class deity-level technique. 2 types of deity-level techniques were superimposed on one body. With the terrifying spirit energy of a second-level lower-tier Holy King, its power soared. Whoosh! Jiang Ming's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he flashed again, he was already within 3 meters of Su Yu, appearing with the momentum of a flying pounce. With a face full of disgust and anger, Jiang Ming struck with both palms. There is a price for boasting shamelessly. Get lost. Boom! Zhao Lin and Wu Pangyun were sent flying as soon as they touched him. Now that Jiang Ming was going all out, how terrifying would his power be? The wind whistled and the sound of breaking air reverberated. A fierce punch was aimed at Su Yu's chest. However, Su Yu's eyes were calm as he calmly struck out with his palm. A purple lotus, beautiful and enchanting, quietly rotated. However, the inconspicuous purple lotus, after the bombardment, shook the heavens. Boom! The boundless blast was like a landslide. The sound shook the heavens, stirring the clouds of the 9 heavens. Dust filled the sky, surging in all directions. It was deafening and horrifying. Everyone was quietly waiting for a good show. The expression of the person who had a mocking smile on his face suddenly changed. He was bewildered. When the dust dissipated, the audience was even more stunned to find that there was only a faint, silver-haired figure in purple on the arena. Jiang Ming, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the outside sanctum, had disappeared into thin air. However, they did not see that Jiang Ming had been sent flying out of the arena with one blow. Where did Jiang Ming go? While the crowd was bewildered, they suddenly saw a black object falling from the sky and smashing onto the stage with a loud bang. Looking over, it was Jiang Ming, who had fainted on the spot with his mouth full of blood. His face was still frozen in shock from the moment they exchanged blows. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. That strike just now had actually sent Jiang Ming flying into the sky with a single palm strike. In fact, Jiang Ming hadn't fainted when he fell, but had fainted when he received the palm strike. The whole place was silent. Jiang Ming, one of the 3 heavenly kings, was utterly defeated. Moreover, he had lost to Suyu, the extremely lucky first-level holy king. Legacy cultivation method. He cultivates an inherited cultivation technique. Finally, a shrewd and ruthless person revealed the shocking news with a trembling voice. What? A rookie actually possessed an inherited cultivation technique? Even the outer sect's 3 heavenly kings don't have the right to cultivate it. Oh, right. I remember that in this recruitment test, the first place seems to be able to enter the sutra depository and flip through the manuals. Could it be that he saw it then? Impossible. Within the scripture depository, there are lightning-type techniques hidden deep within the pavilion. How could he possibly reach that step? Everyone was shocked until the referee announced Su Yu's victory. Wu Pongyun's face turned pale. Staring at Suyu, his eyes were filled with fear. When did he become so powerful? Thinking back, he was confident that his abilities were on par with Suyu. He could not help but blush. There was another person in the audience that Suyu knew. Chao Xian, a terrifying dragon realm martial artist. The supreme existence among the inner sanctum disciples of the Lucian faction. He was originally too lazy to watch the battle, but upon hearing the commotion in the arena, he began to observe. However, with one look his pupils shrank. Chenuet Islands, Li Guang's disciple? Chao Xian had long forgotten about Suyu, even his name. In his memory, Li Guang's disciple, although powerful, was a worthless spirit. However, he had suddenly appeared in the Lucian faction today, breaking through the shackles of the martial path and becoming a holy king. To be able to break through to the holy king meant that he could absorb spirit energy, and was a spirit. However, why was he a worthless spirit during the test? Chao Xian was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes gradually narrowed. Li Guang, it seems like you really did cultivate a disciple. Su Yu became famous in one battle. Within the group, there was no one who could match him. This time, obtaining first place in the group was justifiable, and there was no one to dispute it. Defeating one of the 3 heavenly kings with one palm was enough to show that Su Yu's strength was extraordinary. The rest of the group battles gradually came to an end. In Yunyan's group, there was a first-level upper-tier holy king, but she was defeated. According to the second elder's request, she could not obtain the qualifications to enter the inner sanctum, losing the chance to stay in the faction and the chance to find a legacy-level technique for her family. Yin quietly left the arena on the verge of tears. For the rest of her life, she would gradually become an ordinary person, passing the rest of her life in a hurry. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the purple figure who was like an invincible god of war. Yunyan's sorrow deepened. Why can't I be the same as him? Yin clenched her fists, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. Returning to the audience, she was silent, her heart filled with grief. The top 9 strongholds were finally decided. Suyu, a new talent from the outer sanctum, had not even spent a day in the outer sanctum, but he had already entered the top 9, dazzling, and stunning. The top 9 stood side by side. The remaining 8 were more or less paying attention to the dark horse, Suyu. The first heavenly king, Zhao Wuxia, revealed his fighting spirit. Having a legacy-level technique is indeed extraordinary, able to fight beyond his level. But then his gaze turned and fell on the person beside him, his fighting spirit burning like the sun. Unfortunately, Sun Tianyang is my true opponent. Among the new disciples from the inner sanctum, Sun Tianyang and Yuan, who had joined during the top 100 competition and naturally entered the top 9. Sun Tianyang's abilities had reached second-level peak Holy King, and he was also an inner sanctum disciple. Although he had only been in the faction for a month, he had received guidance from the Great Elder, and his abilities were a mystery. After all, the Great Elder was ranked first among the 10 Great Elders, and the disciples he taught were extraordinary. In fact, the only new elder in the faction in the past 100 years, Elder Hanji, was once the disciple of the Great Elder. Now, another Sun Tianyang had appeared, and his potential was definitely extraordinary. The short and fat Yuan who, with dark skin, wore a surprised expression. Back then, in his eyes, Suyu was only at level 9 peak of the martial path, not even half a Holy King. In such a short time, he had actually reached the Holy King realm. Even Jiangming, who had been defeated by Suyu, was comparable to Yuan who, a second-level lower-tier Holy King. The second of the 3 heavenly kings, Zhao Longyang, had a mocking expression. Senior Yuan, it seems you are in trouble. Suyu's abilities are not weak. Yuan, whose fat face suddenly turned cold. How can trash like Jiangming be compared to me, an inner sanctum disciple? Who is Suyu? I alone can suppress him. Also, Yuan, who turned his head, his eyes filled with contempt. You, an outer sanctum disciple, do not have the right to call me senior. Please do not speak to me, lest I be mistaken for an outer sanctum disciple. Zhao Longyang's smile froze, his face flushed red. He was in his 20s and had entered the faction for more than 5 years. Yuan, who was only 14 years old and had just entered the faction. Calling him senior, Zhao Longyang was indeed humble and was trying to curry favor with him. Unexpectedly, Yuan, who was so arrogant, he did not give him any face, exposing him in public. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Longyang grinned. I want to see how long you, an inner sanctum disciple, can last against Suyu. Humph. Although he did not have Yuan whose talent, his many years of cultivation made his judgment very good. When Suyu fought Jiangming, he seemed to be holding back. The 9 dragons fight for the pearl officially begins. The ultimate arena, open. The referee announced, pressing a certain mechanism. Walala, the arena shook with a loud bang. The arena was split into 2, moving to both sides as if a manhole cover had been opened. Creak! A horrifying cold energy gushed out. The entire arena, which had 10,000 people, instantly froze several degrees. Looking over, below the arena, was a pool of emerald water. The pool water was a deep green, like a bamboo in spring, and also like a bay of emerald pearls. However, for some reason, the pool water was bone-chilling cold. Threads of cold energy condensed the water vapor in the air, producing a white cold mist that floated around the arena. In the blink of an eye, the arena was like a fairyland on earth, surrounded by celestial mist. In addition to the cool-down, the audience could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the arena was more than twice as thick as usual. Amidst their excitement, everyone seized the time to cultivate in public. The 9 dragons fight for the pearl. The icy azure lake has opened. Is it finally here? I've been watching the matches for this moment. A lower-tier Holy King greedily absorbed the dense spiritual energy. It would be great if I could participate in the 9 dragons' fight for the pearl one day. It is said that above the icy azure lake, the spiritual energy is even denser, 10 times that of the outside world. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Many people had participated in the matches, waiting for this moment. Su Yu stood around the icy azure lake, immediately feeling the dense spiritual energy assaulting him, more than 3 times that of the outside world. And the closer he got to the surface of the icy azure lake, the denser the spiritual energy. Wouldn't the spiritual energy be even denser under the icy azure lake? On the surface of the bottomless icy lake, there were 3 man-made bridges. The 3 bridges were constructed from top to bottom. The closer they got to the water, the denser the spiritual energy. Participants, after discussing with your opponents, you can choose the bridge that suits you. Remember to act within your abilities. The cold below is extremely dense. Those with lower cultivation levels might freeze to death. Also, if you accidentally fall into the lake, you will definitely die. Therefore, you must choose carefully, especially the lowest bridge. If you fall too close to the lake, the faction will not be able to rescue you in time. There are already many corpses of disciples at the bottom of the lake that have yet to be salvaged. Take care! The 9 dragons fight for the pearl begins. First match, Inner Sanctum Yuan Hu versus Outer Sanctum Lin Hao. Lin Hao, a 2nd level lower tier Holy King, was the strongest in the Outer Sanctum besides the 3 Heavenly Kings. His abilities were only slightly weaker than Jiang Ming's. Whoosh, out of caution, the 2 chose to fight on the first bridge. The spiritual energy there was 4 times that of the outside world. Absorbing spiritual energy during a battle was more effective. Make your move. Yuan, who stood with his arms crossed, his eyes filled with contempt. Lin Hao was in his 20s, but facing Yuan, who gave him a lot of pressure. How strong were the people from the inner sanctum at the same cultivation level? Wolf's Claw. Lin Hao let out a low growl, all his spiritual energy imbued into his technique. His figure was like a wolf galloping, his palms turning into claws. A cold light appeared in the claws, like an icy blade. Creak! As the claw struck, the air exploded with a creaking sound, as if it was about to be torn apart. Only when the claws were right in front of him did Yuan, who finally make his move. Insignificant skill. Yuan, who coldly rebuked, suddenly raising his leg. Dragon Tail Whip. Crackle! His leg was like a swimming dragon swinging its tail, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The air trembled, the sound of air vibrating. There was also a terrifying aura that filled the air. Crack! Ah, a horrible shriek could be heard. Lin Hao's fingers were broken, blood splattering everywhere. His figure swayed, almost falling off the bridge. Lin Hao defeated, the referee announced. He had defeated Lin Hao with 1 move. The difference between the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum was so great. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see that the Dragon Tail Whip actually had some traces of an inherited cultivation technique. Without a doubt, Yuan, who was cultivating a legacy-level cultivation technique and had come into contact with some of its true essence. Even if he stayed in the outer sanctum for 10 years, he would not have the chance to come into contact with a legacy-level cultivation technique. Yuan, who had only been in the inner sanctum for a month and could come into contact with it. The difference in treatment was so despairing. Next match, Yuan Hu versus Su Yu. The referee quickly announced. Su Yu flew across the bridge, the thick spirit energy assaulting him, mixed with a weak chill, making him feel comfortable. Yuan, who stood with his arms crossed, sneering, to think that the little ant from back then would be able to stand in front of me. Make your move, my time is tight. Su Yu ignored him, his gaze calm as he spoke leisurely. A hint of anger flickered across Yuan, whose face, his anger soaring. Humph! The difference between a genius and an ant is that I am in the inner sanctum, while you are still struggling in the outer sanctum. Even if you improve by leaps and bounds, you are still a pitiful worm beneath my feet. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Noisy! If you do not dare to fight, scram immediately. You are not worthy of my time. Every second he fought for was one more hope of taking Sienna away. Yuan, who was furious. Fine. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you stand up, you still have to look up to me. Dragon Tail Whip. Chapter 120. After images appeared one after another as the air vibrated. The powerful spirit energy of a second-level Holy King was infused into the legacy-level technique. Its power was unimaginable. The strong wind messed up Suyu's long hair, but it could not mess up his cold gaze. Feast of ice and thunder. Unexpectedly, Suyu did not use the more powerful Purple Star Thunderbolt. Instead, he used the slightly weaker Holy Decree. However, weaker was relative. Now that he was infused with spirit energy, its power had reached a new level. The alternating purple and white beam of light shot forward, as if it could destroy the world. Bang, boom, thud, thud, thud. In the violent collision, the two elements of ice and thunder covered his right leg, extremely destructive. His dragon tail whip was instantly pushed back. The pain caused his right leg to tremble. Yuan, who staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What kind of holy decree is that? The power of a saint grade holy decree could never reach such a level. Suyu's holy decree had long surpassed saint grade top class and was evolving to a whole new level. Just as Li Guang had said, Suyu's holy decree was different from the rest. It had a rhythm that he could not understand. With a little more practice, it would definitely be amazing. Why, an inner sanctum like you tremble in front of an ant like me? Suyu said leisurely, giving up on the stronger Purple Star Thunderbolt. A slightly weaker holy decree was enough to defeat Yuan Hu. To Yuan Hu, it was tantamount to mockery. Yuan Hu's expression alternated between red and green as he secretly glanced at the audience. Their gazes were all filled with mockery. Previously, Yuan Hu had looked down on everyone, calling them an ant. But now he had been easily defeated by an ant. The contrast was laughable, especially Zhao Longyang, who had a mocking smile on his face. Since he was in the inner sanctum, he had looked down on everyone. Now he had finally suffered a setback. Suyu, don't be so arrogant. Again. Yuan, whose heart burned with anger as he attacked. With his right leg injured, he could only use the deity-level cultivation technique to instill spirit energy. Iron head strike. With a low roar, Yuan, whose fat body slightly bent down, his head was filled with spirit energy as he turned into a bison, charging forward. His legs exerted force as his entire body shot forward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Suyu. With the speed of a first-level Holy King, there was no way he could dodge. Whoosh, however, Yuan Hu missed. He staggered and fell to the ground on the spot. The audience was bewildered. Look, what was that? What beautiful wings! It's like an ice sculpture, but also like a ball of crystal light. A young girl's eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. Everyone looked over. Suyu had unfurled a pair of wings made of ice light, flapping them quietly. Under the sunlight, a series of colorful rainbows could be seen. From afar, it seemed like Suyu was draped in 7-colored wings. Coupled with his handsome face, noble and mysterious silver hair, as well as his fluttering purple clothes, he was truly noble beyond words. He seemed like a legendary deity. The eyes of many women glowed as they fixed their eyes on the pair of wings and the owner of the wings, and they were full of praise. Only the experienced and steady male disciple could see the crux of the problem. He exclaimed in surprise, "What a fast speed! It has already surpassed the first-level Holy King and reached the second-level Holy King level. Where did that pair of wings come from? Could it be a remnant of a legacy cultivation technique?" Someone was bewildered. One person has 2 incomplete cultivation technique manuals? Where did Suyu come from? Even some inner sanctum disciples might not be able to have 2 legacy cultivation techniques. Boom! At this moment, Suyu floated down, his foot landing on Yuan Hu's chest. Puff! The force of the impact caused Yuan Hu to spit out a mouthful of blood. A pair of cold eyes looked down on him from above. The ant in your eyes is not even qualified to look up to me. Put away your so-called arrogance, Suyu said indifferently. He tapped the tip of his toes and pulled Yuan Hu out of the bridge. Suyu wins. The referee announced the result of the match. The audience was silent. The newly promoted Inner Sanctum disciple Yuan Hu had been defeated by the newly promoted Outer Sanctum disciple, Suyu. The two of them were of similar ages, had entered the faction at the same time, participated in the faction's official competition, and had clashed on the arena at the same time. But the result was unexpected. Yuan Hu from the Inner Sanctum was no match for Suyu from the Outer Sanctum. Yuan Hu had called him an ant, had been stepped on by Suyu, who was just an ant in his eyes. Chao Xian, who had been quietly watching, flew over to check on Yuan Hu's injuries. His gaze fell on Suyu, slightly cold. Very well. I misjudged you that day. You are stronger than Lu Guang. Chao Xian's gaze was cold. Suyu shot a cold glare at him. Was Xianer forced to marry him? You have always lacked foresight. You look at people this way and offend them the same way. Suyu's gaze was cold. Chao Xian grabbed Yuan Hu, getting up to leave. Hearing this, he turned back and laughed coldly. Wait until you have the right to enter the Inner Sanctum, then talk to me. Right now, any chance to talk to you is my charity. Whoosh! He left in a flash, leaving behind the echoing words of disdain. As a powerful Dragon Realm disciple of the Inner Sanctum, Chao Xian was elusive. Indeed, not everyone had the right to talk to him. At least for now, in the eyes of outsiders, Suyu did not have the right to talk to Chao Xian. Zhao Wuxia stood with his arms crossed, looking at Suyu with admiration. You have 2 legacy cultivation techniques, and your holy decree has transcended a certain level. You are a decent opponent. Unfortunately, my strongest opponent this year is Sun Tianyang. Saying this, his gaze suddenly shot towards Sun Tianyang. Sun Tianyang was Zhao Wuxia's true opponent. Although Suyu was strong, he was still a level lower than Sun Tianyang. The next battle, Zhao Wuxia versus Zhao Longyang. The audience was excited. The 3 heavenly kings of the Outer Sanctum, the first heavenly king, Zhao Wuxia, and the second heavenly king, Zhao Longyang. Were they finally going to clash? Whoosh! The 2 flew to the second bridge. The spirit energy here was 6 times that of the outside world. Zhao Wuxia stood with his hands behind his back, lightly nodding. We have not fought for a year. I do not know how much progress you have made. Feel free to fight. I can give you some pointers. His words were filled with arrogance. If an ordinary person heard this, they would have felt it to be harsh and looked down upon. Not to mention the arrogant Zhao Longyang. However, what was surprising was that a person like Zhao Longyang had completely restrained the murderous aura on his rough face. He respectfully cupped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Big Brother Wuxia. Please do not hesitate to give me pointers. The audience of the Outer Sanctum did not feel that Zhao Wuxia was being arrogant. In the Outer Sanctum, Zhao Wuxia was an invincible legend. Many people thought that Zhao Wuxia being relegated to the Outer Sanctum was a waste of talent. His perception and aptitude were not bad. He was only a step away from the Inner Sanctum standard. Regardless of strength or character, Zhao Wuxia was a respected existence in the Outer Sanctum. Cloud-splitting, shadowless hand. Zhao Longyang made his move. His hands circled and crossed. The speed was extremely fast, like the violent flapping of wings. The audience clearly saw Zhao Longyang turn his wrist, but they could not see the shadow of his palm. They could only feel a majestic and frightening power condensed in the shadowless palm, as if there was a majestic aura that could peel away the clouds to see the moon. Bang! The shadow of the palm attacked. Zhao Wuxia put one hand behind his back and only extended one hand to fight with Zhao Longyang. Boom! Crackle! Zhao Wuxia had clearly played it down and had not even used his technique. However, he easily resolved Zhao Longyang's move. The audience even saw that Zhao Longyang was extremely strained, and there were signs of him being defeated. Finally, after 10 moves, Zhao Longyang was easily defeated by Zhao Wuxia's palm. Zhao Longyang smiled bitterly. Last year, I lost to Brother Wuxia within 10 moves, and this year it's still the same. Gently shaking his head, Zhao Wuxia said, Your palm technique is skillful and extremely skilled. The cloud-splitting shadowless hand has reached its peak. Compared to last year, you have made great progress. Your weakness is that your body is stiff and your body changes. You are unable to move freely with the power of the palm, which causes your body to advance and retreat. Zhao Longyang was enlightened and gratefully bowed. Thank you, Brother Wuxia. The outer sanctum disciples were envious of Zhao Wuxia's personal guidance. After next year, Zhao Longyang's strength would rise to another level. Next battle, Zhao Longyang against Su Yu. Whoosh! Su Yu spread his icy divine wings and floated down to the second bridge. He felt the spiritual energy 6 times that of the outside world, as well as the powerful chill, which was exceptionally comfortable. What made him slightly happy was that the bottleneck of his cultivation base was slightly shaken, as if he could break through the next moment. The spiritual energy here was infinitely beneficial to someone like Su Yu, who was about to break through. Zhao Longyang grinned, a murderous look on his rough face. Although I am very grateful to you for teaching Yuan Hu that arrogant trash, a lesson for me, I will not go easy on you. A fair battle, there is no need for you to go easy on me, Su Yu calmly said. Zhao Longyang, a second-level upper-tier holy king, was the opponent with the highest cultivation base Su Yu had ever encountered. Zhao Longyang took a few deep breaths to calm his boiling blood from the previous battle. A pair of fierce eyes sized up Su Yu, a mocking smile on his face. You seem to be very confident. You must have overcome many obstacles and fought those of a higher cultivation base, which gave you a lot of confidence. Su Yu closed his eyes and quietly waited for Zhao Longyang to have rested enough. Not getting a response, Zhao Longyang's murderous look flickered, and he grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. You can't be underestimating me because you think I lost to Zhao Wuxia, right? Su Yu closed his eyes. Just giving you enough time to rest would be an unfair victory. An unfair victory? Haha, you really think so highly of yourself. Zhao Longyang laughed angrily. Let's start the battle. My energy consumption is small, negligible. Let me see where your confidence comes from. Zhao Longyang sneered in his heart. He could feel that Su Yu had held back against Jiang Ming, but exposed against Yuan Hu. 2 deity-level cultivation techniques were indeed amazing. Unfortunately, it was only SOSO. Su Yu was destined to be defeated by him, with the absolute suppression of their cultivation levels. Su Yu nodded. If that's the case, please make your move. Good. Let's see where your arrogance comes from. Zhao Longyang growled. Cloud-splitting shadowless hand. After receiving Zhao Wuxia's guidance, Zhao Longyang paid attention to the shortcomings of his body, and his attacks became smoother, as if dispelling the clouds to reveal the moon. An impenetrable, shadowless palm attacked Su Yu. Su Yu's eyes were calm as he made his move. It's not that I'm arrogant, but you are indeed no match for me. I only need 1 move to defeat you. Su Yu calmly said. A purple lotus quietly revolved around his palm. It was beautiful and delicate, enchanting and charming. Purple star thunderbolt. Su Yu whispered. It was the same move, but the destructive power it contained was far greater than when he fought Jiang Ming. Its power had increased by about 30%. The bursting thunder flame and the aura of destruction caused the sneering Zhao Longyang to change his expression. However, it was too late to dodge again. Boom! An unprecedentedly loud roar shook the 10,000-man arena. Purple lightning filled the sky and the earth. An unprecedented amount of dust flew wildly in all directions. Chapter 121. Smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sun. It was hard to look at the situation within the smoke and dust. Putong! A muffled thud came from above the cold pond. At this moment, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the world gradually became clear. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. Zhao Longyang's clothes were tattered, and his whole body was covered with bloodstains. He fell to the ground, half unconscious. A second-level upper-tier Holy King was also defeated by Suyu. Astonishment, shock, and disbelief flashed across their faces. A first-level upper-tier Holy King defeated a second-level upper-tier Holy King in one move? He had crossed an entire class. Just how strong was Suyu? Everyone stared at the silver-haired, purple-robed figure, and they all felt as if they were looking at an invincible god of war. Along the way, Suyu was amazed. In Zhao Wuxia's eyes, there was a hint of fighting spirit. He smiled and nodded. Not bad. After the Fallen Star competition, I look forward to fighting with you. Although Suyu was strong, he was still not qualified to surpass Sun Tianyang. In this battle, Sun Tianyang was the strongest enemy. Turning his head, he saw a 15-year-old young man standing beside him. He was slightly older than Suyu, with a thin body and a long and narrow face. He was clearly a teenager, but his eyes were deeply sunken, and his hooked nose gave him a sinister temperament that didn't match his age. A pair of cold eyes sized up Suyu apathetically. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and commented in a hoarse voice, "Your overall abilities rely on powerful techniques and lack of self-training. Your achievements are limited and can only be considered average." Zhao Wuxia was surprised. Suyu was considered average? No matter if it was his movement technique or attack, they were all above the first rate, and when combined together, he'd attained the standard of surmounting realms to fight. How could he be described with the word ordinary? But soon after, he felt relieved. Sun Tianyang was the great elder's disciple, while Yuan, who was the 10th elder's disciple. The great elder was the teacher of the 10 elders. According to seniority, Sun Tianyang was on the same level as the 10th elder and was Yuan, whose martial uncle. It was no wonder that Sun Tianyang intentionally belittled him. With prejudice, it was naturally difficult for him to give a fair evaluation. Next battle, Zhao Wuxia versus Sun Tianyang. Zhao Wuxia's body shook, and his eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. He laughed heartily. "Good. Sun Tianyang, I can finally fight with you. Let me experience just how strong you, an inner disciple, are." His words were filled with battle intent, as well as the indignation of being wronged by the inner disciples. They were both second-level peak Holy Kings, so what was the difference between Zhao Wuxia and them? Sun Tianyang looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "A meaningless competition. If it weren't for Master's order, I wouldn't have participated." "Why?" Zhao Wuxia heard the helplessness in his voice and was not convinced. Sun Tianyang answered briefly and hoarsely, "Because there's no opponent." Zhao Wuxia was clearly in front of him, but Sun Tianyang's gaze seemed to penetrate him. He could see the clouds in the sky, but he could not see the person in front of him. That kind of arrogance that disregarded everything and the powerful and invincible conceit stirred Zhao Wuxia's calm state of mind. Clenching his fists, Zhao Wuxia's mind was in turmoil. He took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. He smiled and said, "Since you're already here, I'll take things as they come. Do whatever you want. I'll keep you company." Sun Tianyang was slightly startled. After a while, he slowly nodded his head. "Anything? All right, I'll make my move then." Picking the stars and observing the moon, Sun Tianyang stood with one hand behind his back and calmly extended a finger. The tip of his finger was surrounded by a faint light, like the stars in the night sky. It was as if there were 10,000 stars in the sky. The starry sky was resplendent. It was like the finger of the heavens, plucking the stars. His momentum was like a rainbow, stunning the starry sky. Zhao Wuxia's expression froze. For the first time, he made a move. Dragonfish illusion ocean. His palms drifted in front of his chest, drawing a Pisces Tai Chi diagram in the air. The palm force was unpredictable and complemented each other, combining strength and softness. Boom! One finger and two palms suddenly collided. Crack! The crisp sound of jade being torn apart was clear to the ears. Violent waves of energy filled all directions, no weaker than the power of Su Yu's purple star thunderbolt. Separated by 10 meters, the blue water boiled and rippled amidst the battle. Zhao Wuxia was shocked. Even with his full strength, it was still somewhat strenuous. This scene, how similar was it to the time when he fought against Zhao Longyang? Only the situation was reversed. In front of Sun Tianyang, he was in front of Zhao Longyang. That unparalleled sense of oppression made it difficult for him to breathe. As expected of the deity-level cultivation technique of the number 1 family of the 100 vassal clans, the power of picking the stars and watching the moon is comparable to a true legacy-level cultivation technique. In an inconspicuous corner of the spectator seats, several young men and women in their 20s wearing the drifting cloud emblem quietly watched. The drifting cloud emblem could only be worn by inner sanctum disciples. The person who spoke was a 7th level holy king. He was only 1 step away from the legendary dragon realm. Beside this person stood a woman. Her figure was graceful and her face was beautiful, but her temperament was cold, filled with an indifference that repelled people thousands of miles away. Hearing this, the Ice Beauty lightly shook her head. No matter how powerful a deity-level cultivation technique is, it cannot surpass the restrictions of a mortal-level cultivation technique. It is impossible to reach the power of a legacy-level cultivation technique. It should be said that the Great Elder's disciple has an extraordinary level of comprehension. He has integrated his comprehension of the holy decree into the deity-level cultivation technique. Senior Sister Mo Wu's eyes are like a torch. I have heard rumors that Sun Tianyang's level of comprehension is extraordinary. Just now, he was valued by the Great Elder. It is said that he has already started to practice a true legacy-level cultivation technique. The junior sister at the side was unusually respectful towards the Ice Beauty. The Ice Beauty's eyes were filled with worry. The Great Elder and the 10th Elder, 1 teacher and 1 disciple, occupy 2 seats in the top 10 factions of the faction. The disciples they accept are all extraordinary. If this goes on, one day the Lucian faction will definitely change its surname. Zhao Wuxia was shocked. Only when he faced Sun Tianyang did he realize how big the gap between them was. After fighting for a while, Sun Tianyang sighed in disappointment. This is indeed a meaningless competition. Let's end it here. With a flip of his palm, a dazzling power of picking the stars suddenly attacked. Zhao Wuxia's Tai Chi twin fish diagram suddenly shattered. A finger landed on his chest. It was clearly a simple finger, but it was like a giant ship colliding, sending him flying out of the icy azure lake. The whole place was silent. They were both 2nd-level peak holy kings, but the gap was so big. Everyone stared at Sun Tianyang, their gazes filled with deep shock. This was this batch's strongest new inner sanctum disciple, Sun Tianyang. With 1 finger, he had subdued everyone in the outer sanctum. Calmly withdrawing his finger, Sun Tianyang expressionlessly strode away. The referee lightly swallowed. Sun Tianyang wins. The last match, Sun Tianyang versus Su Yu. The referee immediately announced. Unexpectedly, Sun Tianyang did not seem to hear and strode away. The referee did not dare offend Sun Tianyang and politely reminded him, Sun Tianyang, the competition is not over. Please return to the icy lake. Sun Tianyang did not turn his head and left with his hands behind his back. A meaningless competition. There is no need to continue. But the referee broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of the Great Elder's disciple, His arrogance was incomparable to ordinary people. Sun Tianyang actually dared to walk away from such a solemn faction meet. After this, no one would dare to hold him accountable. Whoosh! A piercing sound pierced through the silent arena. A silver-haired figure in purple landed on the third bridge without hesitation. What a dense spirit energy! Suyu lightly exhaled. The bottleneck of his cultivation base shook even more violently, showing signs of a breakthrough. The spirit energy was 10 times that of the outside world, as well as the coldness made Suyu feel like a fish in water. Unfortunately, my opponent ran away. I have an unfair advantage, Suyu calmly said. The voice drifted leisurely from the surface of the icy lake. Sun Tianyang stopped in his tracks. Without turning his head, he coldly said, "You did not run away. You lack the right for me to fight." Not fighting means running away. What excuse do you have? Referee, please announce quickly. Suyu felt a little regretful. The spirit energy here was so dense that it would be difficult to encounter it again in the future. Unfortunately, the competition had ended and he could not stay any longer. The referee nodded slightly. Suyu, whoosh! A wave of energy swept out from the front of the referee. Fast as light, difficult to capture, he flew into the third bridge of the icy lake. A hoarse shout reverberated above the icy lake. Disgusting noise! Whoosh! Sun Tianyang stood opposite, Suyu with his hands behind his back. His sinister eyes were filled with annoyance. Even though a fly is small, if I do not kill it, it will be extremely annoying. Attack! Finish the battle quickly. You have 2 chances to attack. Sun Tianyang coldly shouted. Up until now, Suyu had displayed 2 extremely powerful techniques. If Suyu was given 2 chances, he would definitely defeat Sun Tianyang. Otherwise, to the arrogant Sun Tianyang, it would be an unfair advantage if Suyu did not even have the chance to attack. Suyu's heart was calm, unperturbed. All right, finish the battle quickly. Without further ado, Suyu attacked decisively. Ice and Thunder Feast. Suyu's fingertips glowed purple. The icy light and thunder flames merged into one. It turned into a beam of purple and white light, like a divine light that could destroy the world. Rumble! The beam of light was extremely fast, heading straight for Sun Tianyang's chest. But Sun Tianyang stood with one hand behind his back. He merely extended his palm and grabbed. Creak! The destructive and powerful beam of light was destroyed by a palm. Insignificant skill. What else do you have? Quickly use it. Sun Tianyang did not even lift his eyelids as he coldly scolded. But before he could finish his sentence, a purple lotus spun and attacked. Purple Star Thunderbolt had long since followed the ice and thunder feast. Sun Tianyang was caught off guard. He took a step back and extended his finger. Moon and stars plucking. Puff, puff, puff. The continuous starlight actually caused several holes to appear on the purple lightning lotus. When it exploded, its power was only 1/10 of its original. A ball of thunder flames exploded, extinguished by Sun Tianyang's palm. This was the first time someone had countered the purple star thunderbolt in such a manner. The audience felt their scalps go numb. Sun Tianyang was abnormally strong. He was simply abnormal. 2 moves have passed. You are merely SOO. Now I will send you on your way. Sun Tianyang said coldly. His figure flashed as he charged toward Suyu. With its unstoppable, terrifying power, Suyu had used up all of his martial techniques. There was no suspense, but Suyu's eyes under his silver hair were as calm as autumn and winter water, without the slightest ripple. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a smile, and he laughed calmly. Who told you that I only have the power for 2 moves? The crowd did not understand. Could it be that Suyu still had more tricks up his sleeves? Sun Tianyang's brows twitched. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Suyu calmly smiled, his finger suddenly pulling. Creak! The sound of air exploding suddenly came from all directions around Sun Tianyang. Crystal threads that were hard to see with the naked eye had already surrounded Sun Tianyang. With a flick of Suyu's wrist, the boundless divine ice threads were like a giant net, wrapping around Sun Tianyang. Suddenly feeling his body being wrapped up, Sun Tianyang's vulture eyes showed panic for the first time. He coldly shouted, "That purple lotus just now was just a bait." Indeed, the Ice and Thunder Feast and Purple Star Thunderbolt were moves that attracted his attention. The real killer move was the ball of divine ice threads surrounding the purple lotus. After the purple lotus exploded, the divine ice threads dispersed, surrounding Sun Tianyang from all directions. After all, a second-level peak Holy King was too powerful. Suyu had no choice but to prepare. Shaking his head, Suyu's eyes were cold. "You do not need to know. Ice Seal World." Crack! Suddenly, countless divine ice threads released a frightening cold energy. In an instant, a human-shaped ice mountain appeared in front of the audience. Sun Tianyang, who was within the ice mountain, still maintained his cold expression. "Purple Star Thunderbolt." Without waiting for the audience to be shocked, Suyu struck again. He used his full power for a Purple Star Thunderbolt. The frozen Sun Tianyang was trapped in a brilliant purple lightning. Chapter 122. Sun Tianyang, who was sealed in ice, suddenly opened his eyes. Rumble! The purple light covered the sun and thunder rumbled. Even a third-level Holy King would not be able to withstand the power of the Purple Star Thunderbolt without resistance. However, Suyu did not rejoice at the success of his attack. Instead, his expression turned serious, and he retreated without hesitation. Clang! Just as Suyu retreated, an iron fist flew out from within the purple light, heading straight for Suyu's face. Suyu's expression changed. He flicked his fingers, and the divine ice threads danced, blocking the iron fist. Looking over, the dust covering the sky dissipated. A faint golden glow appeared on the surface of Sun Tianyang's body, as if his skin was plated with a layer of bronze. The divine ice threads that could cut through anything could not penetrate even half an inch after shattering the ice. The hardness of his skin was unparalleled. Could it be the golden transformation mantra, the secret body refining technique deep within the depository? An inner sanctum disciple in the corner exclaimed. The golden transformation mantra was a remnant of a legacy-level technique and the only secret body refining technique in the faction. After cultivating it, one would be invulnerable, impervious to fire and water, and have a body as hard as steel. In just 1 month, Sun Tianyang managed to cultivate the first layer of this remnant scroll to the lower mastery. Even though he had the great elder's personal guidance and teachings, as well as the cooperation of many body-tempering materials, Sun Tianyang's own comprehension is also very important. Otherwise, if he couldn't even comprehend the great elder's experience, how could he cultivate it? The woman at the side was envious. With the guidance of a master, the path of cultivation is like walking on flat ground. Without guidance, no matter how strong Sun Tianyang's level of perception is, he would not be able to comprehend a legacy-level technique without at least 2 years of foundation. Suddenly the woman smiled. Of course! Mo Wu, being the direct disciple of the second elder, is also enviable. Mo Wu declined to comment. Her beautiful eyes landed on Suyu. Her gaze was complicated, and she muttered softly, "Are you jealous?" Maybe. However, the Purple Star Thunderbolt was still a Stage 1 upper-class legacy-level technique. Although Sun Tianyang had used the golden transformation mantra in time, he was still injured. His flesh was charred, emitting a pungent smell. The intense pain caused Sun Tianyang's indifferent face to contort slightly. His brows furrowed, and for the first time his voice was filled with emotion. "You deserve to die!" In his eyes, Suyu, who did not even have the right to attack him, had actually injured him. Both his body and mind were stimulated. Open! With a low roar, Sun Tianyang's body shook violently, and he actually shook off all the divine ice threads. The frightening blood energy traveled along the divine ice threads to Su Yu's body. Rub, rub, rub. Su Yu's whole body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. He had to retreat 9 steps before he could resolve the hidden force in his body. However, his internal organs were still trembling slightly, and a mouthful of blood was suppressed in his throat. In the end, the gap between their realms was too great. There was an absolute gap between a level 1 upper tier and a level 2 peak. Whoosh! Sun Tianyang's eyes were filled with hatred, and his killing intent could be vaguely seen. His figure was as fast as a stream of light. Su Yu's expression changed slightly, and he opened his icy, divine wings. Just as he was about to fly away, Sun Tianyang's figure flashed, and a bronze-colored fist smashed towards him. The splashing energy brushed past Su Yu's cheeks, and he felt as if he was being cut by a knife, causing him great pain. If he were to face this fist head-on, wouldn't he be severely injured and defeated? Would this be the end of him? He would never be able to cross the iron bridge, cross the boundary between the inner and outer realms, and be separated from Siener for a long time? Would he have to watch as Siener married someone else? As the wind blew, Su Yu's silver hair danced wildly, and his deep eyes flickered violently. Was he really at the end of the road? Countless spectators from the outer sanctum were dumbfounded. Zhao Wuxia was shocked for a long time. Su Yu's strength had shaken his soul. If it had been him, he would have been utterly defeated by the last move, Ice-Sealing World. It turned out that in the Fallen Star contest, there was still a strong opponent that he had missed. But seeing Su Yu at the end of his rope, Zhao Wuxia sighed regretfully. In the end, I still lost. In the corner, the inner sanctum disciples. Sigh, the contest is over. What a pity. The woman felt sorry for Su Yu. He had the chance to fight for the pearl with 9 dragons, accept the icy pearl's test, and step into the inner sanctum. Unfortunately, he had met Sun Tianyang. Mo Wu stared at Su Yu and lightly turned around. Let's go, you're just SOSO. The woman at the side was stunned. Who was just SOSO referring to? Su Yu? Mo Wu did not know him. So why was she sighing in disappointment? Rumble! Sun Tianyang attacked with his palm, a bronze fist, terrifying and powerful. Dodging with all his might, Su Yu barely managed to brush past. Crack! But just a brush had broken Su Yu's arm. Su Yu groaned in pain, his heart crying out in dissatisfaction. Ding-dong! A shred of residual energy splashed into the icy azure lake, splashing onto Su Yu's arm. Crack! The shockingly cold waves actually froze his arm into ice. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Sun Tianyang followed up with a second punch, his sinister eyes filled with coldness. This is the last punch, kneel! However, Su Yu's solemn expression gradually changed, and he was in high spirits. It's not over yet. Su Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his silver hair dancing wildly, accompanied by an equally crazed gaze. Creak! A divine ice thread shot out from Su Yu's palm, entering the icy azure lake beneath the bridge. Just the cold air on the surface of the lake was enough to intimidate a second-level lower tier, Holy King, let alone the true icy lake water. Crack! The terrifying cold air 10 times that of the air followed the divine ice thread and entered Su Yu's body, freezing his organs. Su Yu felt a bone-piercing pain. He used the chilly energy to activate Sigh of Ice to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. That day, when he was cornered by the silver-clothed guards of the Empire of Darkness, he had used the cold air sealed in ice to activate Sigh of Ice to achieve a breakthrough. Buzz, once activated, under the terrifying cold air, Su Yu's speed of absorbing spirit energy doubled. In addition, the spirit energy here was 10 times that of the outside world. No, the spirit energy in the lake was 20 times that of the outside world. It mixed with the cold air and was absorbed into Su Yu's body through the divine ice thread. Thump! The bottleneck of his cultivation base was like a tottering tree, about to collapse. Just a little more. But Sun Tianyang's palm had already arrived. Calmly glancing at Su Yu's state, Sun Tianyang coldly grunted, "It's useless. You can't break through in time." Rumble. But just as the punch was about to land, Suyu gritted his teeth, growling, "Ice-sealing world!" Creak. Countless divine ice threads shot out from Suyu's ring. Sun Tianyang was disdainful, using the same old trick, useless struggle. Sun Tianyang was speechless, his expression slightly stunned. Suyu had not sealed him in ice, but he had sealed himself in ice. 10 divine ice threads wrapped around him, binding his body. But the other end was shot into the icy azure lake. Crack, crack. 10 divine ice threads, including the first one, made a total of 11. Suyu absorbed the cold air 10 times faster, activating Sigh of Ice. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice mountain. However, it was like a whale swallowing spiritual chi, shocking everyone. A vortex of spirit energy appeared on top of Suyu's head, crazily entering his body. The inner sanctum disciple who had turned to leave felt the commotion behind him and turned back. Mo Wu's pupils dilated. Is he crazy? If he absorbs the cold air like this, I'm afraid his life will be extinguished before he can achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Zhao Wuxi's expression was grave. He is too crazy. Sun Tianyang was also deeply shocked. Su, you did not care about his life? It was tempting to enter the inner sanctum. But if he lost his life, what was the point of obtaining the qualifications to enter the inner sanctum? That thought only flashed past his heart before it was replaced by coldness. Such madness. If he was given the chance to enter the inner sanctum, he would be a formidable opponent. With me here, you have no chance of entering the inner sanctum. Sun Tianyang's palm shattered the ice mountain, pressing down on Suyu's head. And Suyu had not had the time to break through. Just a little more. The battle at the icy lake had come to an end. But at this moment, all of a sudden, Suyu extended 2 fingers, pointed at his eyes, and removed 2 thin membranes. A pair of purple pupils suddenly appeared. Seal of time. Time and space froze, heaven and earth stilled. Sun Tianyang's body froze on the spot like a wooden statue. That terrifying palm was only a few inches away from Suyu's head. After a breath's time, Sun Tianyang regained control of his body. His expression changed. Kneel. A trace of fear and anxiety appeared in his trembling voice. His body actually fell into a state of space-time, freezing in an instant. He could not let Suyu enter the inner sanctum. He reformed his palm and once again struck Suyu's head. But in a breath's time, the crazed Suyu finally completed his breakthrough. Buzz, 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 a vast and powerful aura shot up into the sky. Boundless air currents rolled. A powerful life force filled the surroundings. Purple. Star. God. Thunder. A cold grunt reverberated through the clouds. It was as if a sleeping dragon had finally awakened, letting out a resonant roar that shook the heavens. Boom, boom, a bewitching purple lotus far more beautiful than it had ever been before. Quiet, beautiful, yet soul-stirring. At the moment of the explosion, it was as if lightning had descended. It was deafening, shaking the wilderness. Not just the icy star, but the 17 stars, the inner sanctum stars, and the entire Lucian faction reverberated with the mighty roar of thunder. Energy waves swept the sky, dust flying everywhere. The waves of the icy azure lake roared angrily, cold waves flying everywhere. The 3 bridges swayed, as if they were about to collapse from the boundless lightning. Puff! A figure was blasted 100 meters away. From the surface of the icy lake, he flew 100 meters into the sky, landing on the ground. Thump! The sound of the crash was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. Everyone looked over. Sun Tianyang's mouth was full of blood, smashed into the granite on the ground, unconscious, his life or death unknown. Suyu, a first-level peak Holy King, was so terrifying. After the absolute cultivation level suppression was weakened, Suyu's battle power was astonishing. The sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was like a tidal wave. The newly promoted #1 fighter of the inner sanctum, Sun Tianyang, had been defeated. A moment ago he had crushed Suyu. A moment later, he had been utterly defeated. Suyu was vivid and shocking. He had taught everyone a lesson. In a hopeless situation, in the darkness, in the midst of despair, he had fought back with all his might, using the craziness of his life to fight back against fate. At that moment, no one could remain calm, their hearts and souls trembling. Staring at the metal bridge, Suyu, who was panting and trembling, felt oppressed. Why could he be so crazy, so disregard his life, and so defy fate in this battle? Perhaps many years later, they would never forget a silver-haired figure in purple, stunning and dazzling, superior to the sun, moon, and stars. They would never be able to forget that the stunning thing was not the dazzling purple star thunderbolt, nor was it the high cultivation level, but the defiance of fate, the defying will to break through the shackles. Chapter 123. Whoosh! A giant whirlpool appeared within the icy azure lake. The waves churned, a shocking amount of cold energy and spirit energy gushing out. At the same time, a green pearl the size of a house slowly floated to the surface. It was crystal clear, like a dream. The referee came back to his senses from the shocking battle and announced in an impassioned tone, "The strongest fighter in the Fallen Star contest is Suyu, an outer sanctum disciple. Finally, you will be tested by the icy pearl. If you pass, you will become an inner sanctum disciple." The crowd held their breaths. A historic moment had arrived. Suyu was so talented, so extraordinary. Could he become a carp and soar through the heavens? Touch the icy pearl with your hand. If you pass, it will glow red. If you fail, it will sink to the bottom of the lake. Begin, the referee announced. It had been 100 years since anyone had triggered the icy pearl. Would Suyu succeed? Whoosh! Suyu took a few deep breaths. His blood was pale. After forcefully breaking through, he had exerted all his strength. Coupled with his previous injuries, he was physically weak. He walked shakily to the edge of the bridge, placing his palm on the icy pearl. A cold energy entered Suyu's body to investigate. A moment later, the icy pearl vibrated. The arena filled with 10,000 people was silent. Only breathing could be heard. When the icy pearl vibrated, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Would it be red? Would Suyu become an inner sanctum disciple? But under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the icy pearl vibrated, then sank back into the water. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the pearl was submerged. Defeated, Suyu did not pass. Such a shocking battle, such a breakthrough of the shackles of despair, such a desperate counterattack. In the end, they still lost. Was it really impossible to break free of the 100-year shackles? Even Suyu could not break free of the 100-year shackles. Suyu's eyes gradually lost focus, his heart turning cold. His heart had suffered an unprecedented blow. He could not accept what he was seeing. He had fought his way here, only to receive a cold fail. Why? He had fought his way to the inner sanctum, to the steel bridge, to Sienner, but he could not cross that chasm. There was only a thin line separating the inner sanctum, and Sienner was within reach. Was he going to be marked with an eternal regret by the icy pearl with the word unqualified? Was he going to be blocked from the inner sanctum by the icy pearl and watch Sienna marry another man in 3 days? Why is the heavens so unfair? An earth-shattering roar resounded in his heart. His unwillingness to rebel transformed into a torrent that seemed to want to charge out of his chest, kill his way into the 9 heavens, and destroy the ruler of the world that played with fate. Reverse will, an unyielding will to defy all unjust fates. At this moment, it transformed into a thick killing intent that shot straight into the clouds. His purple pupils gradually turned into a wine-red color. From afar, it looked like a pair of blood-red eyes. Silver hair, purple robes, and blood-red eyes made him look extremely evil. The mysterious and noble aura from before had completely vanished. At this moment, there was only a frightening evil in human demonic nature. If the heavens forsake me, I would rather become a demon. Suyu looked up at the sky and sighed softly. His blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with a torrential amount of blood. The phrase, becoming a demon, shook everyone's hearts and reached the 9 heavens. Everyone seemed to see, under the crushing pressure of heaven and earth, in the midst of despair, a human defying the heavens and becoming a demon. Killing intent. Reverse will. It was like a torrential flood. Shwa! His blood-red eyes emitted a frightening power, coldly shooting towards the sinking icy pearl. Even the heavens cannot stop my fate, much less a mere pearl. Suyu's voice was as cold as ice. As the dumbfounded crowd watched, Suyu flew above the icy azure lake. With a flick of his fingers, tens of thousands of divine ice threads wrapped around the icy pearl. Rise! With a light grunt, Suyu's silver hair danced in the wind, his blood-red eyes cold. With a tug of his hand, the house-sized icy pearl froze in place. What is he trying to do? The crowd was shocked by Suyu's crazy actions. The referee's scalp went numb, hurriedly shouting, "Suyu! Stop! Humph! How dare a tiny pearl try to decide my fate?" Suyu twisted his palm, abruptly pulling. Creak! The icy pearl was pulled 10 inches out of the water. Hiss, too crazy. He's trying to take out the icy pearl. No one in history had ever been as crazy as he was. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if they were really witnessing a heaven-defying demon going against the unjust wheel of fate. Walala! But the icy pearl seemed to have its own consciousness. It spun quickly, diving back into the water. Crack! Connected to the divine ice threads, Suyu was dragged down as well. His expression cold. Suyu's blood-red eyes released a blinding red light. The glaze was a wine red, like the afterglow of the setting sun. The sky, the ground, the meteorite, the faction, everything was drowned in the wine-red glow. In that instant, the space around them shook. The crowd felt as if they had been thrown into a spatial disorder. Everything around them had entered an unreal space. Space manipulation. With a low grunt, the wine-red glow scattered. Suyu was like a king who controlled space. With a command, the surrounding space prostrated. The flow of space was chaotic and changing. Creak! A shocking scene ensued. The icy pearl, which had been about to return to the water, suddenly appeared in front of Suyu. Space manipulation. As a space manipulation, Suyu could manipulate space with just a thought. This was a new transformation brought about by condensing the red dragon into a single inch. Spatial shift. The icy pearl was still spinning on its own, unaware that it had been moved in front of Suyu. Pass! Suyu ordered, striking the icy pearl with his palm. But other than a slight tremble, the icy pearl did not react. Humph! Then I'll stop until I shatter you. Suyu gathered Purple Star Thunderbolt in his palm, mobilizing the spirit energy and blood energy in his body. Within his veins, the blood droplets from the divine 9-dragon cauldron were infused within. Rumble, the terrifying palm, shook the icy pearl. A light, cracking sound reverberated around the icy pearl. Suyu had actually managed to create a crack on it. The crowd gasped. Was he going to destroy the icy pearl? If it did not go his way, he would destroy all traces of it. What kind of madness and defiance was this? But what made the crowd even more speechless was this. After the strike, the icy pearl seemed to be in pain, whimpering as it spun, releasing a red glow. Pass! Suyu passed. No, the icy pearl had been forced into submission by Suyu. It was clearly someone who did not pass, but Suyu's threat had caused it to submit. The entire arena was silent. At this moment, no one could say a word. Someone had forced the icy pearl into submission. A light breeze blew past, dispersing the cold mist, but not the shock in the crowd's hearts. It was the same for the outer sanctum disciples, the inner sanctum disciples, and the referee. After a moment, the referee announced hesitantly, Su Yu passes, qualifies to enter the inner sanctum. The 100-year shackles of fate had finally been shattered. But no one had expected it to be shattered in such a crazed manner. The referee's announcement echoed throughout the arena. Boom! The arena was silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Deafening applause, excited shouts, maniacal screams, all mixed together, descending upon the dazzling genius in the sky. He had single-handedly defeated all the geniuses of his generation. He had shattered the 100-year shackles with the power of a single hand. The madness of the heavens abandoning him. The madness of becoming a demon. The terror of the heavenly suppression of the icy pearl. Everything had become an unforgettable mark, a figure that future generations of disciples would forever chase after. Su Yu was like a king, quietly floating in the air, receiving the respect of the world. Su Yu looked up at the sky, a mocking smile at fate and the heavens. No one can stop me, not even the heavens, not even the earth. Amidst the deafening cheers, these words rang clearly in everyone's ears, coursing through their blood. Many years later, they would never be able to forget that there was once a legendary youth who could not be stopped by the heavens and earth. Boom! But amidst the cheers of the crowd, the icy pearl suddenly spun rapidly. It was fiercer and more powerful than ever before. In that instant, Su Yu was sucked into the icy azure lake. The wind howled beside his ears. Su Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. You want to bring me into the abyss of death? You hate me. He was trapped by the divine ice threads, with no chance of escape. Before he fell, he looked up at the sky, leaving behind a heaven-defying sigh. I, Su Yu, will return. He would not die, abandoned by the heavens, turned into a demon, unable to be destroyed, unable to be buried. These were the last words of a heaven-defying demon. He would return. Splash! The icy pearl brought Su Yu into the icy azure lake. The 10-meter-tall wave turned into a frightening cold air and froze the entire arena. Crack! Wherever the lake water splashed, the ground turned into white ice. The boundless cold froze the water vapor in the air, forming a divine fog that enveloped half the arena. The arena instantly became much colder. Everywhere was covered in ice, every inch of the arena occupied by the cold. Many people shivered from the cold. Many people's lips trembled from the cold. However, not a single person left. The fervent cheers just now were like the sound of a broken zither. They came to an abrupt stop and fell into a deathly silence. Su Yu had fallen into the icy azure lake. He was clearly heaven-defying, had clearly shattered the wheel of fate, had clearly obtained the right to enter the inner sanctum. He had used his defying will, his unwillingness to become a demon, to successfully break through the 100-year-old shackles. Why was this the final outcome? Confusion and confusion filled everyone's faces. Could it be that Su Yu was ultimately destroyed by fate? He had broken one layer of the shackles of fate, only to be destroyed by another layer of fate? After a long while, anger and regret suddenly appeared on their faces. Such a person, such a monarch, such a figure worthy of their pursuit. Why was this his fate? Whoosh, 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 1, 2, 3. Thousands of disciples flew over to the icy azure lake. They could not accept that Su Yu had perished just like that. It was clear that the figure of the sun, the moon, and the stars, the majestic body that had fought against fate, was still fighting in the arena. But why had he disappeared? There were ripples on the surface of the icy azure lake. It was as if they were recounting the destruction of a hero, a monarch. No. In the crowd, Yun Yin covered her mouth, unable to hide her sorrow. Su Yu had worked so hard. Success was within sight. Why was the outcome like this? The icy azure lake that changed fate was the end of his fate? The most hopeless person in the world was not hope, but hopelessness. The voice and face from yesterday appeared in Yun Yan's mind. At that time he was dazzling and charismatic. but everything had turned into icy water. The referee was stunned for a long time. Everything had happened too quickly. Even he could not save Suyu. After a long silence, the referee announced, "Suyu dead!" Beneath the icy azure lake were the corpses of past generations. The icy water would swallow all life. Any holy king that entered would definitely die. Even if a dragon realm expert were to enter, he would most likely die. He will eventually return. A low voice came from the crowd. The referee shuddered, once again announcing, "Suyu dead will eventually return." Another voice came. The referee frowned. Announcing the situation was his responsibility. "Suyu will eventually return. Will eventually return. Will eventually return." 1, 2, 3. Thousands of voices converged into one, shaking the entire Lucien faction. Suyu's final words reverberated. Amidst the torrent of voices, the referee could no longer announce it. It was as if Suyu's final words were echoing in his ears. Chapter 124. After a moment, the referee sighed and announced, "Suyu, his fate is unknown." Once in the icy pond, death was certain. Only Suyu was an exception. In the corner, Mo Wu's beautiful face was hard to read. Only her bright eyes were dazed for a moment. "Let's go," Mo Wu murmured, turning to leave. The woman following behind stared at the icy azure pond, sighing with regret. Even though his power is weak, he is worthy of respect. 2 hours later, the pond was quiet, only the ripples of the cold wind. The disciples who believed Suyu would eventually return had gloomy expressions. If he did not come out in 2 hours, the chances of him dying were high. Sighing, a large portion of the disciples dispersed. Half a day later, only a small portion of the disciples remained. A day later, the arena was empty, only Yunyan's figure standing alone, her expression sad. Within the outer sanctum, Suyu only had Yunyan as a friend. Staring at the icy azure pond, Yunyan recalled her acquaintance with Suyu. Even though it was short, it was as if it had happened yesterday. "Suyu!" Yunyan cried, waiting in the cold for a day, the last shred of hope in her heart extinguished. Suyu was dead. She straightened her clothes and bowed. Yunyan gently kowtowed and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you for saving my life. I will pass on your last wish. Tell Qin Xianer that you, Suyu, once came to the Jinlong continent." Yunyan got up, her heart filled with sorrow, drifting away. During the battle with the pirates, Suyu was facing a powerful enemy and his life was uncertain. He had asked Yunyan to pass on a message to Qin Xianer and Xia Jingyu that he had come. To think that after a month, she would have to repeat this request. Arriving at the metal bridge, the black-armored guards were still cold. With the strength of a third-level Holy King, they blocked all the outer sanctum disciples. Yan waited quietly at the end of the bridge. A moment later, a handsome man walked over from the other end of the metal bridge. Dressed in a pale gold robe, he had an oppressive aura. At around 20 years of age, his cultivation level had reached the terrifying peak of 4th level Holy King. This person was the prince of the Lucien faction, Wu Yan. He was also Yunyan's fiancé. "What urgent message is this?" Wu Yan's expression was cold as he brought her to a pavilion not far away. Sensing Wu Yan's indifference, Yunyan's expression remained calm. "Can I ask you for a favor?" "Speak." Wu Yan frowned. "There is a Qin Xianer in the inner sanctum. I want to meet her. I heard that she is about to marry Chao Xian, and you are a good friend of Chao Xian. I believe you have a way to bring Qin Xianer out." Yunyan had come for Suyu. Wu Yan's eyes flashed. "Why do you want to see her?" Yunyan's expression darkened. "Delivering a message for a dead man." "Humph. Is it someone called Suyu?" Wu Yan's gaze instantly turned ice cold. Yunyan was startled. How did Wu Yan know about Suyu? Suddenly, Yun Yan was slightly startled. Could it be? It really is him. Killing intent flashed across Wu Yan's eyes. He should be glad that he died in the icy azure lake. Otherwise, I would have taken his life myself. During the battle with the pirates, Wu Pangyun had severely injured Yun Yan, causing her to almost be raped to death. This matter was finally revealed from the mouth of the captured pirates. He also learned from the pirates that his fiancée and another man were hiding on the island, engaging in illicit activities. One could imagine Wu Yan's shame and anger. Yun Yan was elegant and calm. She sighed softly. You really do know. I will not explain. There is nothing between me and Suyu. Whether you believe me or not, it is up to you. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yan gradually believed her. He knew his fiancée's character very well. She was definitely not a flirtatious woman. Secretly, Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. His cold expression softened slightly. It is impossible to see her. The wedding is in 2 days. However, if you have anything to say, I can pass on the message. However, it must be after the wedding, so as not to affect Qin Xian'er's mood. Yun Yan thought for a moment and silently nodded. This was the best result she could fight for. She turned to leave, but Wu Yan reached out to stop her, wanting to hold her hand. Frowning slightly, Yun Yan evaded without a trace. What's the matter? Wu Yan stared at the elegant and beautiful woman in front of him. Deep in his eyes, there was deep longing and expectation. He smiled. The fire-based legacy cultivation technique that your Yun family wants. I have already helped you find it. With Senior Chao Xian's help, I will be able to quickly read it and pass it to you. An unconcealable joy overflowed from her jade-like face. Her hands were slightly clenched, showing the excitement in Yun Yan's heart. However, Wu Yan's next sentence made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The day I pass it to you will be the day we get married. I believe you are ready. Wu Yan smiled, but his eyes seemed to melt the beauty in front of him. Yun Yan's delicate body trembled slightly. She hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. I am ready. Haha, that's good. Wait for me for 10 days. I will pass the fire-based legacy cultivation technique to you. Wu Yan smiled with satisfaction. I will go back first to help Senior Chao Xian prepare for the wedding. You can stay in the outer sanctum for another 10 days. With Clan Master Shi's help, you can stay for 10 days. Her beautiful eyes lifted slightly, looking at Wu Yan's departing figure. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly. Her slender fingernails dug deep into her flesh. A trace of hatred, a trace of grievance and helplessness flashed in her eyes. The Yun family was a family of craftsmen. They needed to use fire-based cultivation techniques to control the fire. Only then could they forge good weapons. Among the 100 vassal clans, the Yun family was ranked 50th and barely had a foothold. However, 3 years ago, the Tai family, which was competing with the Yun family, suddenly received help from a mysterious force. Their skills in controlling fire and craftsmen increased greatly, surpassing the Tai family. Many customers were attracted away. The Yun family's situation was deteriorating day by day. They urgently needed better fire-based cultivation techniques to increase their competitiveness. There was only one type of cultivation technique above that. It was rumored to be hidden deep within the Lucian faction, the only fire-based cultivation technique, Fire Dragon Mantra. It was a remnant of a legacy manual. There was a total of 1 level. If one could cultivate and use it, it would definitely improve their craftsman skills. The Lucian faction had a strict rule that the inherited cultivation techniques of the faction were not to be passed on to outsiders. Otherwise, they would be punished with blood. This was also why, in the past 100 years, none of the 100 vassal clans had disciples in the inner sanctum. Even the disciples of the families did not dare to bring the inherited cultivation techniques back to their families. But while there were prohibitions, there were countermeasures. If they left the faction and returned to their families, they could use it themselves. If they did not pass it on to the family, it would not be considered passing it on to outsiders. If Yun Yan obtained the inherited cultivation technique, she could cultivate it herself. As a former disciple of the Lucian faction, she could help the family craft weapons. This was not against the rules. In this way, she could help the family for at least 100 years. After 100 years, if the cultivation technique could not be passed on, that would be a matter for 100 generations. However, this fire-based cultivation technique was only in the possession of the Lucian faction. It was almost impossible for the Yun family to obtain it. At this time, the royal families Wu Yen came to propose marriage. One of the betrothal gifts was to promise to help the Yun family obtain the fire-based cultivation technique. It could be imagined that the Yun family, who were in dire straits, would gladly agree. Although the Yun family understood that the sudden rise of the Tai family was most likely due to Wu Yan's support. His intention was to cause the Yun family to fall into dire straits and compromise to betroth Yun Yan to him. Yun Yan's reputation was well known. She was beautiful and elegant. Most importantly, she had the blood of the fire lotus. Combining with it, she could help men break through bottlenecks. Therefore, there were countless people who coveted Yun Yan. Wu Yan was one of them. He was a 4th-level holy king when he was young. Now that he was a peak 4th-level holy king, if he could borrow the power of the fire lotus in Yun Yan's body, there was a high chance that he could break through to 5th-level holy king. Because of this, Wu Yan had proposed marriage 3 times but was rejected. However, after the incident with the Tai family, he finally got his way. 10 days later, when she handed over the inherited cultivation technique, she would give her body to Wu Yan to do whatever he wanted. Even if she was unwilling, Yun Yan could only bow to fate and compromise with Wu Yan. Thinking of this, Yun Yan's heart wailed. If she had a choice, why would she give her body to such a despicable person? Filled with sadness, Yun Yan gradually left. At the same time, in the inner sanctum, in the depths of the giant meteorite, in a magnificent pavilion. In the pavilion, a room was sealed off with a spell. Outside the door, 2 holy king maids were waiting with their bodies bowed. Su Rong walked over and asked with a frown, "She still refuses to eat today?" "Yes, including today. She has not had a drop of water for 5 days, the maid said respectfully. Su Rong's face darkened slightly. "Follow me in." Creak! The door opened, revealing a thin and petite figure lying motionless on the bed. Her once adorable face was now waxy yellow, devoid of any human color. The skin of her lips had fallen off due to dryness, trembling slightly like a thirsty fish. Her breath was equally weak, lying on the bed on her last breath, on the verge of death. This was clearly a sign of starvation and thirst. However, water and food were at the head of the bed. Su Rong's face was filled with pity, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. "Open her mouth," Su Rong ordered. The 2 maids could not bear it, one hesitantly saying, "If you force-feed her, she will press her fingers against her throat and vomit out the food and water." "No matter. I spent a lot of effort to get a precious spirit pill to replenish her energy. It melted the moment it entered her mouth. She could not help but vomit. Go." Su Rong took out a dark green pill. The 2 maids sighed lightly, helping the dying Xianu up. In her coma, Xianu faintly sensed movement. She opened her eyes with difficulty, her lips moving. "I don't eat. I want Brother Su Yu, not to marry anyone else." Su Rong walked over with a cold expression. After many days of persuasion, her patience had long been exhausted. Whether it was persuasion, threats, or promises, Xianu insisted on not marrying Chao Xian. "Xianu, Grandma has already told you very clearly. Marrying Chao Xian will be of great benefit to you, Grandma, and the Su family. Why do you insist on marrying Su Yu? With his talent, he will only be a low-level holy king for the rest of his life. You will be the one suffering." Su Rong stuffed the green pill into Xian'er's mouth. She struggled, but was too weak to even lift a finger. The pill entered her body, its energy nourishing her frail body. She gradually regained her human color. Xian'er extended her finger to vomit, but only spat out a mouthful of bile. Her stomach was already empty. I am not marrying. I am Brother Su Yu's fiancé. If you want to marry him yourself. Unable to spit out the pill, Xian'er's face was pale, but she stubbornly shouted. Su Rong's face scrunched up even more, losing her patience. Humph. You have to marry him even if you don't want to. You have to marry him even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. Then I will die in front of you. Xian'er's face was filled with seriousness as she slammed her head into the wall behind her. Humph. Wild girl. Just like your mother. You don't know what's good for you. Su Rong grabbed Xian'er's shoulder, coldly threatening. Even if you die, you have to marry Chao Xian. The Su family was one of the 100 vassal clans, ranked at the bottom. If they could get close to Chao Xian and get in touch with the 10th elder, they would be able to rest easy. Su Rong felt that her words were too cruel. After all, Xian'er would play a key role in the future glory of the Su family. If she hated the Su family, it would be disadvantageous to the Su family. Her tone softened, and Su Rong said earnestly, Xian'er, you need to know how to contribute. Since you are a member of the Su family, why don't you know how to sacrifice for the Su family? If you marry Chao Xian, the Su family will benefit, and the clansmen will be grateful to you. Do you understand? Xian'er struggled, her eyes bright. Xian'er doesn't understand. I grew up in the Xinyu prefecture. My father and mother raised me. Why should I sacrifice for the Su family that I have never seen before? I only know. I am Brother Su Yu's fiancé. I can only marry him in this lifetime. Chapter 125. She had never accepted any favors from the Su family. Why would she sacrifice herself for a family she did not even know? Su Rong completely gave up on trying to convince Xian'er. Her expression turned cold. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to marry him or not? No. I won't marry even if I die. Xian'er was resolute. Su Rong's killing intent flared. Fine. If you don't marry, I'll kill Su Yu right now. To tell you the truth, he's in the outer sanctum. Brother Su Yu is here. Xian'er's face lit up. However, Su Rong's murderous aura caused Xian'er's heart to sink. Grandma, don't. Don't kill Brother Su Yu. Xian'er panicked, grabbing Su Rong's arm. Su Rong looked back. Then let me ask you, are you going to marry him or not? Xian'er bit her lips, her eyes filled with tears. She was hesitant. Humph. Grandma is going to kill Su Yu right now. I'll give up on you completely. Su Rong swung her arm. No, I won't kill him. I'll marry him. The bottom line she had held onto for so long finally crumbled. She could die of thirst or hunger, but she could not watch Su Yu die. Large teardrops rolled down her cheeks, dripping onto her arms, from gentle to cold, just like Xian'er's heart. She raised her eyes, staring at the old woman in front of her. She had called herself her grandma, but she had never felt any kinship from her. More than that, she had felt the coldness of a commodity in this old woman's eyes. Blood ties, if there was no long-term company, how could there be kinship? I promise you I'll marry him, but I hate you, Xian'er cried, but this was the first time the word hate had come out of her mouth. Su Rong's heart trembled. Looking at Xian'er's hatred, she felt a tinge of regret. Had she gone too far? If Xian'er hated the Su family in the future, wouldn't she lose more than she gained? But now that things had come to this, there was no time for regret. Furthermore, Xian'er was still young. When she grew up, she would understand the difficulties of the world. Perhaps she should be grateful. Grandma is doing this for your own good, Su Rong repeated, trying to ease the rift. However, Xian'er's teary eyes were filled with hatred. She clenched her fists tightly and coldly interrupted. You're not my grandmother!" Su Rong was slightly stunned. She knew that the last trace of kinship between her and Qin Xianer was gone. "Take care of yourself. If you dare to commit suicide or escape, I will kill Su Yu immediately." With a light grunt, Su Rong left with her hands behind her back. Creak! The door was closed again, and Xianer was put under house arrest again. Trapped in loneliness, she could no longer pretend to be strong. Squatting down, she hugged her knees and sobbed. Tears dripped onto the floor, moist like blooming flowers. "Brother Su Yu, I'm sorry. I can't be your bride." Xianer's lonely and sad sobs reverberated in the empty house. The two maids outside the door showed sympathy on their faces. The Su family is really heartless in order to curry favor with Chao Xian. However, compared to Su Yu, Chao Xian is more suitable for Qin Xianer. One day, she might be grateful to the Su family for being heartless. 2 days later, the fallen star where the 10th elder was staying was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Everyone in the Lucian faction knew that today was the wedding of the 10th elder's last disciple, Chao Xian. Chao Xian had invited all the disciples from the inner sanctum that he was on good terms with. Master Hanji, the Grandmaster, the Great Elder, and the other 7 elders all congratulated him. Even though the 9 elders were competing with each other openly and covertly, they were still amiable on the surface, not shedding all pretense of cordiality. Thus, they did not have to attend Chao Xian's wedding. However, if they did not attend, it would hurt their relationship. Thus, they all came to support him. Only one elder was invited, but did not attend. That was the ugly 2nd elder. The 2nd elder was perverse and temperamental. No one could be on good terms with her. She was so powerful that she was ranked 3rd in the faction, just below the faction master and the great elder. Everyone wanted to befriend her. However, her temperament was strange, and those who tried to befriend her were rebuffed. There were even a few who, for some unknown reason, were almost beaten to death. Over time, the people of the Lucian faction kept a respectful distance from her. In the eyes of many disciples, the 2nd elder was the existence that no one dared to provoke. She was temperamental and often attacked disciples. Coupled with her powerful abilities, no one dared to seek revenge if they were bullied. Now, it was completely reasonable that she did not attend despite being invited. Many of the elders even heaved a sigh of relief. Chao Xian wore a fiery red robe. He was in high spirits and full of smiles as he entertained the guests. "Congratulations, Senior Chao, for winning a beauty." Yuan, whose injuries had recovered, his fat face filled with a fawning expression. Chao Xian smiled and returned greeting. "Junior Yuan, don't be anxious. When you become an adult, I will introduce you to a few outstanding female disciples of the faction." Yuan, who laughed. "Sister-in-law has the bloodline of the 9 phoenixes. Her potential is shocking, and she is as beautiful as a fairy. Junior, how can you enjoy the blessings of a senior?" In his heart, Yuan, who was carefree. Su Yu, so what if you are strong? After you die, your women will become my senior's objects." At this moment, Sun Tianyang walked over. His sinister face revealed a rare smile. "Congratulations on your wedding, Junior Chao." "Greetings, Uncle Master Sunday." Chao Xian's seniority was lower than Sun Tianyang's, so he naturally had to call him Uncle Master. But there was no due respect. After all, Chao Xian's abilities were clear for all to see. "How are your injuries?" Chao Xian smiled with concern. Sun Tianyang's expression froze. He nodded coldly. "My injuries have recovered. I have to thank Su Yu. Because of his battle, I had a breakthrough and was on the verge of becoming a 3rd-level Holy King. If I were to fight him again, I would definitely defeat him in one move." Being defeated by Su Yu was a humiliation that Sun Tianyang could not forget. Unfortunately, Su Yu was already dead. He had lost the chance to avenge himself. The elders quietly sipped their tea. Their eyes inadvertently swept past the 3 disciples. There was a strange look in their eyes. Among the faction's 4 core disciples, the Great Elder and the 10th Elder occupied 2 of them. One was Chao Xian, and the other was the Great Elder's disciple. They were currently in seclusion. Among the new generation of disciples, there were people with extraordinary talents like Sun Tianyang and Yuan Hu. The elders could not help but be envious. But what made them feel indignant was that the 2 of them had ignored the faction's rules because of their power. According to the rules, the elders of the faction could only take in 2 disciples, 1 old and 1 new. The goal was to prevent the elders from viciously competing for disciples. After the competition, there would be too many disciples to take care of, resulting in a waste of talent. But Han Ji, who already had Chao Xian and Yuan Hu, wanted to marry Qin Xianer to become his disciple. On the surface, Qin Xianer was not Han Ji's disciple, but Chao Xian's wife. But in reality, she was someone that Han Ji was grooming as a disciple. Once she became Chao Xian's wife, it would be inconvenient for the other elders to take Qin Xianer as a disciple. She would become Han Ji's. One had to know that Qin Xianer had the rare medium grade dark class constitution. Such potential was rarely seen in history. For example, Chao Xian had the medium grade dark class constitution. Now that he had reached the Dragon Realm, he would definitely become an elder of the faction in a few decades. If nothing unexpected happened to Qin Xianer, she would also become an elder of the faction in the future. A faction groomed 2 generations of elders. Including the Great Elder, the teacher and the disciple would control 4 seats for the faction's elders. At that time, even the faction master might not be able to hold his position. But now, Han Ji had taken over 3 disciples. This caused many elders to feel indignant. However, the Great Elder was powerful. If he joined forces with Han Ji, ordinary elders might not dare to go against him. As for the faction master, his abilities were comparable to the Great Elder's. If there was no need, he would not fall out with him. This was a secret of the Lucian faction. Many elders were worried that there would be a change in the Lucian faction soon. As for going against the 2 of them, it was not that no elder had tried. There was once an elder of the faction who went against the 2 of them. In the end, he died suddenly. Han Ji smiled and sat on the seats for the elders. He was already over 100 years old, but he looked like he was only 40 years old. He was handsome and had a square face. Beside him was Shirulin. She sat quietly watching the wedding ceremony. Behind her was the deputy clan master of the External Affairs Division, Qin Gang. "The time has come. Invite the bride into the hall," the MC shouted. Among the crowd of flower maidens was a petite figure. She wore a golden phoenix crown and a dragon and phoenix embroidered robe. Her handsome face was like that of a wild elf. She was beautiful and bright. She wore light makeup and was lovely. Only her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and they were dim and lifeless. Su Rong had a smile on her face, but she threatened coldly. "Remember my words. If you dare to ruin the wedding, I will take Su Yu's life immediately. Stop crying. Smile." Her eyes were swollen, but Xianer tried her best to squeeze out a smile. It was stiff and lifeless. It did not seem like a smile, but more like a cry. Many elders noticed this scene. They knew that Qin Xianer was being forced. But even if they knew this, they could not argue. "I hate you. I will hate you forever," Qin Xianer calmly said. Su Rong let out a cold grunt. "One day, you will thank me. Go in. After the ceremony, you will be Chao Xian's bride. From then on, you will have nothing to do with Su Yu." Stepping into the hall, Xianer's beautiful face shocked everyone. She had such an aura at the age of 14. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty that could topple cities and countries. Chao Xian's eyes were burning. Even though he had been ordered to take Xianer as his wife, it was only a temporary measure. If he could obtain such a beautiful wife, such a wonderful thing would be hard to come by. Yuan, who was envious, Many of the youths who had come with their elders were also conquered by Siener's beauty. Unfortunately, she was wearing a wedding dress and was about to become Chao Xian's wife. In his heart, he felt a sense of regret. The joyous music traveled from the inner sanctum to the outer sanctum. Above the cold star inside the arena, 2 disciples were doing their daily cleaning. Hearing the joyous music, they could not help but look over with envy. Is there anyone getting married in the inner sanctum? For it to be so grand, it must be extraordinary. Crack! Suddenly, just as the 2 of them were cleaning the central ring, a cracking sound of ice came from the bottom of the ring beneath their feet. The icy azure lake was sealed beneath the arena. 3 days ago, after Su Yu's heaven-defying battle, the lake had been sealed again. The sudden noise caused the expressions of the 2 to change. They hurriedly left the arena, perking up their ears to listen. Crack, crack, crack! It sounded like a thunderstorm in summer, incessantly ringing in their ears. Not good. There's a situation in the icy azure lake. Quickly inform the External Affairs Division. Creak, rumble, but they did not have the time to report it. In the icy azure lake, there was a deafening sound of impact. Rumble. With a deafening roar, 100-meter-tall ice mountain appeared out of thin air beneath the arena, shattering the sealed arena. The dark green ice emitted a shocking chill, as if it wanted to pierce through the arena of 10,000 people. It was covered in frost, descending upon the world. The entire icy azure lake was destroyed by the terrifying ice mountain. What is that? A disciple was shocked, trembling as he pointed at the peak of the 100-meter-tall ice mountain. There was an ice sculpture of a purple-robed, silver-haired youth standing at the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the ice sculpture was ravaged, reflecting a rainbow glow. His facial features and figure were lifelike. It's the king of the fallen star, Su Yu. His corpse was sent out by the ice mountain. Crack, but at that moment, with a crisp sound, the ice sculpture shattered, turning into countless ice shards that flew into the sky. The figure of the youth was unsealed from the ice. A pair of tightly shut eyes slowly opened at that moment. The left eye was purple, the right eye was red. It was as if the mysterious eyes of a king stood at the peak of the ice mountain, overlooking the vast earth. The 2 disciples were swept by the gaze. Puff! One of the first-level holy kings vomited blood on the spot, kneeling on the ground. That gaze seemed to be able to extinguish his life force. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Was it a deity? The purple and red eyes were ethereal and distant, looking at the inner sanctum, the festive grounds decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Siener! A low sigh reverberated throughout the peak of the ice mountain, throughout the arena, and throughout the vast 9 heavens. With just a sigh, the entire world cooled down. It was as if that sigh had come from an ancient king of ice and snow. Crack! The 2 first-level holy kings heard the sigh, their bodies shivering. A thin layer of ice covered the bodies of the 2, causing them to be inconsolably horrified. A sigh had caused them to freeze. Fear, awe, agitation, and excitement filled their hearts. They realized one thing. Su Yu had finally returned. Just as he had said that day when he fell into the icy lake, he would eventually return. He had defied the natural order and returned once again. The 2 of them trembled with excitement, looking up, but they discovered that the peak of the ice mountain was empty. The silver-haired, purple-robed king with purple and red eyes had long disappeared. Chapter 126. The wedding ceremony was still going on. The master of ceremonies sang loudly, and the guests were joyous. Amidst the laughter, no one paid attention to Siener's misery. In Su Rong's eyes, she was just a tool for her family to curry favor with the rich. In Han Ji's eyes, she was just an artistic sculpture that was about to become his. In Chao Xian's eyes, she was just a conquered object that was about to become his to satisfy his sense of accomplishment. In the eyes of the guests, she was just a puppet that had nothing to do with them. Even though they knew that Siener was being threatened, they were still indifferent. Clenching her fists, Sienna felt lonely and bitter. In this world, the only person who cared about her was Suyu. But now, Suyu's life was in Su Rong's hands, and she needed to compromise and protect him. Although the world was vast, no one could help her. At this moment, the complicated ceremony was completed, and it was finally the final moment. The master of ceremonies sang loudly, "Bow to heaven and earth." Sienna's heart trembled, her eyes filled with tears. She was going to get married, but not to brother Suyu. Under Su Rong's cold stare, Sienna's body trembled, and she slowly bent down, bowing to heaven and earth along with Chao Xian. Crack! The sound of ice freezing could suddenly be heard. Astonishment flashed across everyone's faces. Crack, crack, crack! But immediately after, the sound of ice swept over like a wave. What is this? It's so cold! A few disciples who had come with their elders could not help but gasp. The crowd realized that the air they breathed had turned into a white mist. It was summer, but the temperature was as cold as winter. "Look outside!" someone exclaimed. The crowd looked over, their pupils dilating. Outside the house, an overwhelming white fog had appeared out of nowhere. The mist was cold, penetrating one's soul. The cold mist connected heaven and earth, drowning out everything in the distance. Moreover, it rolled rapidly, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. Looking from afar, it was as if a tsunami was crashing down on them. What was even more shocking was that everything in the distance had been frozen into ice sculptures. The tender and beautiful flowers swayed in the breeze, but in an instant they were frozen into ice sculptures, sparkling and translucent, frozen in their most beautiful state. The small grass on the side of the road stood alone. Invisible cold air surged over, plating its body with silver crystals. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. The lush ancient tree was overflowing with green. In the cold air, the roots, the tree trunk, and even the leaves were all frozen into ice. Several grasshoppers were happily jumping in the grass. Cold air assaulted them, and in midair they froze into ice with a kacha sound. With a ding-dong sound, they fell into the similarly frozen grass. In the blink of an eye, from far to near, the earth, the sky, the insects, the fish, the birds, the beasts, the flowers, the trees, everything was frozen. As far as the eye could see, there was only icicles left in the world. It was like a magnificent world of ice and snow, wrapped in silver and white like a dream. It was breathtaking. The world of ice and snow continued to spread. The red lanterns hanging high in the courtyard suddenly froze into ice. Unable to bear the burden, it fell to the ground and shattered into countless ice shards. The fiery red banners were also buried in the pale white world of ice and snow. The sounds of the flutes and suona gradually stopped. As the world of ice and snow devoured the joyous atmosphere, it fell into eternal silence. The fiery red color was replaced by ice and snow, until outside the house the cold mist stopped rolling and stopped outside the courtyard. Icicles also stopped moving forward and stopped in front of the house. Everything stopped, but it made everyone feel even more depressed. It was like the calm before the storm. Inside the house, there was a deathly silence. Everyone stared at this jaw-dropping scene. Kacha! The sound of ice freezing constantly sounded from the depths of the cold mist. A solid carpet of ice was laid out from the cold mist. Through the courtyard, through the world of ice and snow, it came to the front of the house. It was like they were welcoming the arrival of a monarch. Sha, sha! The sound of footsteps seemed to step on everyone's hearts, extremely rhythmic. But it was also incomparably cold. Every time the sound of footsteps sounded, the cold air would become colder. Everyone stared, their hearts beating slightly. They could feel the arrival of a monarch of ice and snow, until a ball of cold mist surged, and a graceful purple figure, draped in the mist, lightly stepped out. Light and fluttering purple clothes, indescribably noble. Wild fluttering silver hair, mysterious and noble. Dark purple left eye, wine red right eye. His eyes were different from a human's, mysterious and unpredictable. The pure white cold mist made it seem like a paradise on earth. Suyu, with his inhuman aura, looked like a divine king who could control ice. Suyu! Staring at the person who had appeared, countless shocked voices rang out. Su Rong's old face was filled with shock. Yuan, who screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Sun Tianyang could not believe it, losing his voice. Chao Xian's pupils shrank, letting out a cry of surprise. He had clearly fallen into the icy azure lake, his body long gone. Why did it seem like a monarch had descended? Why was he still alive? What had happened to him? Sienna was stunned for a long time. She had been separated from Suyu for too long. She had dreamed of him a few times, missing him deeply, her tears soaking her pillow. The person in her heart had appeared at the most helpless, lonely, and miserable moment of her life, just like the battle at the Xianyu prefecture. His eyes had changed, his aura had changed, but Suyu's soul was still the only person in her heart. Tears fell silently, and Sienna let out a long-lost smile. Thud, thud, thud. Countless years of separation, long-suppressed yearning. At this moment, it was like a volcano erupting. The fiery, red petite figure was like a ball of flame, flying into Su Yu's embrace. Brother Su Yu! Tears of joy, a cry of excitement, grief, and grievance shook the hearts of everyone. Even though the world was cold, only Su Yu's embrace was as warm as spring. Su Yu's heart trembled, his purplish-red eyes glistening. He stretched out his trembling palm, gently holding on to Sienna's waist. Finally, he could embrace her once again after parting ways at the Xianyu prefecture. The unease in his heart for a long time had finally been redeemed. He finally hugged Sienna in his embrace. Su Yu's voice trembled. In one breath, the surrounding ice went berserk, causing countless low-level disciples to freeze. Only Sienna was unaffected. In the world of ice, wrapped in silver, under countless gazes, Su Yu and Sienna were reunited, embracing to their heart's content. The crowd slowly regained their senses. This purple-robed, silver-haired youth with strange eyes was like a king descending. Just to welcome Chao Xian and Qin Sienna? Many of the elders had a strange look in their eyes, their mouths revealing an unfathomable, playful expression. Some even revealed a bit of anticipation. Han Jigua's thick black eyebrows gradually creased, his expression turning gloomy. Such a solemn wedding. Yet someone was disrupting it. Looking at the situation, it was bride kidnapping. He calmly glanced at Chao Xian, his gaze cold. With so many elders present, it was naturally inconvenient for him to make a move. Chao Xian's expression was equally ugly, dark and gloomy. Bride kidnapping in front of everyone. How could he, Chao Xian, face in the future? He fiercely glared at Su Rong. If she had ended the marriage between Su Yu and Qin Sienna earlier, would things have turned out this way? Even if the wedding were to be carried out again today, it would leave a knot in her heart for life. Su Rong was shocked for a long time. Su Yu had clearly fallen into the icy azure lake, yet he was still alive. What shocked her even more was that he had kidnapped her in front of everyone. Feeling Chao Xian's cold gaze, Su Rong's body trembled, her heart burning with anger. Su Yu had harmed her greatly. Su Yu, I have already given you a chance to live without purpose. Now, you are still pestering Sienna. This time, I will not forgive you. Su Rong's face was filled with anger. She had heard that Su Yu was extremely powerful, having defeated Sun Tianyang. But Su Rong had trained for many years and had a legacy-level cultivation technique. Sun Tianyang could not compare to her. It was enough to kill Su Yu. Grandma, no. I will marry. Please don't kill Brother Su Yu. Sienna was panicking, struggling to break free from Su Yu's embrace, her eyes misty. Was she really being forced? Su Yu grabbed Xian'er's waist, pulling her into his embrace, not letting her go. His purple and red eyes stared coldly at Su Rong. "Kid, give me your life." Su Rong attacked furiously, her killing intent evident. If she had known this would happen, she would have killed Su Yu, even if it meant falling out with Li Guang. Bone-breaking finger. Su Rong's attack was ruthless, just like the battle at Fenghuang Valley, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. Many of the younger disciples were warned by their elders not to attack, to wait and see. Seeing Su Rong's ruthlessness, they could not help but worry for Su Yu. Even if Su Yu had the ability to defeat Sun Tianyang, it would be difficult for him to last more than 10 moves against someone of the same cultivation level. But the next moment, cries of shock came from the mouths of the younger disciples. Facing Su Rong's ruthlessness, Su Yu's expression was calm as he took a step forward. But this step was filled with a terrifying chill. Su Rong turned into an ice sculpture. She was still in the middle of running when her body was suddenly enveloped by an extreme chill, turning into an ice statue. Due to the inertia, she fell to the ground, rolling to Su Yu's feet. His face still retained the viciousness, hatred, and viciousness from before. Su Yu lowered his head, calmly looking over, the tip of his foot lightly stepping on her old head. Crack! The ice on her head suddenly disappeared, and what replaced it were her footprints. Awakening from her frozen state, Su Rong's killing intent was replaced by fear and coldness. She had been frozen with just one foot. At this moment, she was being stepped on by Su Yu. The killing intent in his heart was instantly smashed into pieces by the absolute strength that had reversed. Su Yu was no longer the junior that she could casually kill. He was now a terrifying fighter that could decide her life and death with just one foot. The stark contrast between before and after caused a mental shock, causing Su Rong's heart to tremble. "Do you want to kill me? I am Xian'er's grandmother. You better consider Xian'er's feelings." Su Rong felt death approaching, her heart thumping wildly as she spoke with a trembling voice. Her old eyes turned, trying to seek Xian'er's help. But Su Yu's foot was calmly stepping on her head, making it difficult for her to move, unable to meet Xian'er's gaze. Unrepentant. Hearing that Su Rong still wanted to use Xian'er's feelings, Su Yu's eyes turned cold, his foot exerting force. He sighed coldly. "The first time you manipulated Xian'er's marriage, you should have been prepared for death. But you have challenged our bottom line time and time again. You deserve to die." At this moment of life and death, Su Rong was filled with regret. If she had known that Su Yu could grow to such an extent, she would not have forced Xian'er. She would not have used Su Yu's death to threaten her. "Brother Su Yu, I think, forget it, Xian'er is fine." Qin Xian'er was kind. Even though Su Rong had caused her to suffer, even though she had hated her so much, she could not bear to kill her. Su Rong was overjoyed. Her old face was filled with the joy of surviving a calamity. Luckily, Qin Xian'er was still young and innocent, unable to bear to kill her. It looked like her plan was correct. No matter how much Xian'er hated her, she was still her granddaughter. Using her name, she would be able to control her sooner or later. Chapter 127. "Xian'er, do you want me or her?" Su Yu asked calmly. If Su Yu could step on Su Rong today, he might be able to let her go. But when Su Rong had the chance to step on him in the future, would she let him go like she did today? Including today, Su Rong had tried to kill Su Yu 3 times. The first time, when he had just entered Fenghuang Valley, he had tried to force him to break off the engagement, but failed. He had attacked him in front of everyone, and was stopped by Li Guang. The second time during the battle in the Forbidden Land, he was forced to give up on killing Lu Guang, but he was unable to do so. He attacked ruthlessly, but was stopped by Li Guang. The third time, which was today, he thought that he could still control Su Yu's life and death, and wanted to kill him in front of everyone. Every time, Su Rong had never felt pity for him. In the future, there would be none. If he let her go today, she would gather her family's influence, and one day she would step on Su Yu's head. At that time, Su Yu would die. Hence, Xian'er had to choose either Su Rong or Su Yu. Xian'er was silent, and after hesitating for a moment, she buried her head in Su Yu's chest. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Brother Su Yu alone is enough for Xian'er's world." Su Yu nodded, coldly looking at Su Rong, lightly sighing. "For Xian'er, it would be better for you to die than to live." "No," Su Rong screamed in terror, but it was like a zither with a broken string. His head was completely frozen into ice. With a tap of Su Yu's toes, his whole body turned into pieces of ice and drifted away in the starry sky. "Let's leave the Lucian faction and travel the world." Su Yu hugged Xian'er and turned to leave. Xian'er's curved eyelashes fluttered, and 2 happy dimples appeared on her little face. "Okay, I will never be separated from brother Su Yu again." Looking at the back view of the 2 walking hand in hand on the snow, the crowd came back to their senses. From the moment Su Yu attacked to the moment he killed the man, it seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it had happened in an instant. No one had the time to make a move, nor had they expected that someone would actually dare to kill someone in front of the higher-ups of the sect. "Stop right there. Su Yu, you ruined junior nephew Chao Xian's wedding, and you still want to leave?" "Shua." Sun Tianyong caught up with him, his expression sinister. Yuan Hu was at the side, also ran over angrily and blocked Su Yu. Snatching Chao Xian's bride in front of everyone was simply going too far. Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. "Move aside. Today, I only want to take Xian'er away. I don't want to kill anymore." Sun Tianyong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Do you know that your death in the icy jade pond is my lifelong regret? Because there was no chance for him to wash away his shame. I didn't expect that not only are you still alive, but you're also walking in front of me. Let us fight again, for my glory, for my past humiliation." Sun Tianyong roared. Golden body, 9 transformations. With a furious roar, Sun Tianyong instantly transformed into a bronze-skinned man. His entire body exuded a powerful aura of blood and qi, giving off a strong sense of oppression. After the battle at the Fallen Star, his strength had increased tremendously. "Thanks to you, I finally reached the small success stage of the legacy cultivation technique. Kneel." Boom! An extremely powerful punch came crashing down. The wind generated by the fist spread in all directions, stirring up the cold fog and blowing at Su Yu's silver hair. Yuan, who also saw the timing and attacked from another angle. His eyes were cold as he said, "I also want to see how long you can be arrogant for." One was a 2nd level lower tier Holy King, while the other was a 2nd level peak Holy King, under a pincer attack, who would dare underestimate Sun Tianyong. Only Su Yu stood at his original position, allowing the wind to blow at his purple robe and silver hair. His godlike eyes were calm and tranquil. Only when the attacks of the 2 of them were within 3 meters of him did Su Yu finally extend a palm. He extended his palm and gently clenched it into the air. Crack! The cold energy in the icy world seemed to have heard the call of a monarch. With a gentle clench of his palm, the cold energy gathered. Sun Tianyong and Yuan, who let out a pathetic cry at the same time. Their bodies were covered in icicles, from their skin to their flesh, from their flesh to their organs. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had turned into ice sculptures, maintaining their attacking stance, completely frozen in the icy world. Sun Tianyong's eyeballs trembled, showing the boundless fear in his heart. To think that Su Yu could destroy him with a single palm. Su Yu shook his head slightly. "Just so." After saying this, Su Yu lightly struck with his palm, intending to turn Sun Tianyong into ice on the spot and kill him completely. "How dare you!" A thunderous roar came from outside the yard, not from the elders' seats. Rumble! a man in black armor descended from the sky, his face filled with anger. He grabbed Sun Tianyang and Yuan Hu away in time, avoiding Suyu's killing move. Looking over, it was the guard of the metal bridge, the black-armored guard. His abilities had reached the terrifying third-level lower tier, Holy King. Previously, he had blocked Suyu outside the metal bridge, causing Suyu to vomit blood and retreat with one palm. Just now, Suyu had crossed the metal bridge as fast as a shadow. He had not been able to stop him in time and had chased him all the way here. His face was filled with rage. The black-armored guard finally saw Suyu's true appearance and had a vague impression of him. He could not help but scold angrily. "So it's you, ignorant disciple from outside the sanctum, a lowly scoundrel, cultivating a strange movement technique, trying to escape into the sanctum to cause trouble?" It was his duty to guard the metal bridge and not allow anyone from outside the sanctum to pass. Not only did Suyu escape, he had also caused trouble at the wedding attended by the elders. If he did not kill Suyu to make up for his mistake, he would definitely be punished. Suyu calmly retracted his palm, then looked back and said indifferently, "You escaped here?" "I'm not escaping. I just don't want to fight you." "Humph. Of course you don't want to fight me. Otherwise, do you think you have the right to escape into the sanctum inner sanctum? Kneel and surrender immediately." The black-armored guard angrily scolded as he strode forward. Just like before, he had forced Suyu to retreat with one palm and looked down on him. Suyu's expression was indifferent as he lightly shook his head. "You're wrong. I don't want to fight you because I don't want to give me a reason to kill you." Siener's forced marriage was imminent. If she encountered the black-armored guard, it would be difficult for Suyu to kill her. The black-armored guard froze for a moment, then laughed angrily. 5 days ago, the scoundrel who spat blood and retreated with one punch from me is now extremely arrogant. You don't want to fight me because I don't want to give you a reason to kill me. Suyu shook his head, ignoring the description. He hugged Siener and walked out of the courtyard. Being ignored, the black-armored guard's expression turned vicious. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Scoundrel! Kneel! Mountain suppression, 5 seals." The black-armored guard let out a low growl. His palm was surrounded by the terrifying vital energy of a third-level Holy King. His palm was like a palm that could suppress mountains and rivers. Cold air flowed, waves of energy like the sea. The wind howled, as if it was destroying everything in its path. It was terrifying. Sun Tianyang, who had just been freed from the ice, was blown away by the strong wind and crashed into the corner of the courtyard. He grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this the power of a third-level Holy King? It has completely surpassed the level of a second-level Holy King. Sun Tianyang's eyes were filled with deep shock. A sense of absolute oppression and powerlessness made Sun Tianyang unable to muster any will to resist. A third-level Holy King was unimaginably powerful. Rumble, a third-level first-level Holy King, violently struck Suyu's head. "Kneel. Accept punishment." With a low growl, the black-armored guard's eyes were filled with contempt. However, Suyu's gaze was still calm. He calmly extended a finger. "Destroy." With a low growl, cold air surged and condensed into a finger. Creak! The violent collision that they had imagined did not occur. Instead, a pathetic howl could be heard. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. The black-armored guard, a third-level Holy King, spat out blood and was sent flying. One finger had suppressed a third-level Holy King. Just one finger. Suyu had returned from the icy azure lake. Just how terrifying had his abilities become? Sun Tianyang's breathing quickened, his eyes wide open. He could not believe the scene before him. It was as if something was stuck in his throat. For a moment he could not speak. He's already this strong? In an instant, a numbing feeling welled up in his heart. It was as if he was facing his senior, making him feel powerless. A few elders who were watching the show raised their eyebrows, their expressions grave. They exchanged glances, trying to find out Su Yu's background. Su Yu's battle of the fallen star had spread throughout the outer sanctum. However, in the eyes of the elusive elders, the fallen star contest was unbearable. Hence, they did not know of Su Yu's existence. In fact, most of the inner sanctum disciples did not care about the fallen star contest. They did not know of the situation, much less Su Yu's existence. This person is an outer sanctum disciple, defeating the newly promoted heaven's favorite Sun Tianyang and Yuan, who is one thing, but he even easily defeated a third level lower tier, Holy King. This person's talent is so strong, it can be said to be terrifying. I can't believe I misjudged him. A few elders' eyes glowed with excitement. Sun Tianyang and Yuan, who, with their talent, had become the most popular heaven's favorites in the faction. What more Su Yu, who had defeated them? However, the elders' gazes gradually calmed down. When they glanced at Hanji, a shred of regret and helplessness appeared in their eyes. His talent was extraordinary, but unfortunately he would not live past today. Kidnapping the bride was destined for Su Yu's death. Su Yu calmly looked at the black-armored guard, who was sent flying and vomiting blood. His mouth was full of blood, his pupils dilated and filled with fear. He had been seriously injured by a finger. Was this still the junior that he had injured with a single punch that day? Retracting his finger, Su Yu calmly shook his head. Much weaker than I imagined. The black-armored guard's face turned red, but he could not find any words to refute. Holding on to Siener, Su Yu continued to walk out. His lips were filled with satisfaction, relief, and sorrow. He lightly sighed. Siener, to be able to see you once, I have no more regrets in this life. Kidnapping Siener in front of the higher-ups of the faction. How could Su Yu not know that this was a path to certain death? When he decided to kidnap the bride, he knew that he would have to part ways with Siener forever. He would die at the hands of Chao Xian, the 10th elder and the great elder. Siener would still be forced to marry Chao Xian. This was a predestined outcome. In the face of absolute power, Su Yu was but a weak ant. He could not change this predestined outcome. The only thing he could do was to see Siener one last time before he died. To tell her that he, Su Yu, had come. To tell her that he, Su Yu, still loved her. To tell her that he, Su Yu, would die with a bang and not disappear without a trace. Even though he knew he was going to die, Su Yu still came. This was because he could not bear to see his fiancée, the petite figure that he had sworn to protect for the rest of his life, the figure that he could never erase from his heart, marry someone else. Thus, even if he died, he wanted to see Siener one last time before he died. This was his last wish in life. Feeling the sorrow in his voice, the young Siener seemed to understand something. The pain of being separated forever, of losing something, was transmitted to her soul. Brother Su Yu, don't go. Siener suddenly hugged Su Yu's neck, sobbing. Silent sorrow flowed through her heart. The heart-wrenching sense of loss filled her young soul. Su Yu lovingly bent down, kissing her forehead. I have no more regrets. Next, Siener, please open your eyes. Brother Su Yu, I will fight for you one last time. Su Yu lifted his head, his purple-red eyes releasing an unprecedented cold glow. He looked behind them, at the figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Festive red makeup, ordinary looks, gloomy face, cold eyes. Chao Xian had arrived behind them, his hands behind his back, his eyes cold and disdainful. Even though he did not say anything, everyone could feel the killing intent that was like a volcano about to erupt. Su Yu, I'll give you a chance to atone for your sins with your death. Chao Xian did not have a shred of aura around him. If he had aura, Su Yu would have died. The dragon realm was an unfathomably high realm. Even his aura was enough to kill Su Yu 100 times over. Su Yu's expression was resolute. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Su Yu, have been a failure all my life. My father-in-law's broken arm has yet to recover. My master has yet to take revenge. My fiancé has been threatened, and I am powerless. But a strand of shocking killing intent rumbled in Su Yu's chest like a sudden clap of thunder. Even if I am useless, even if I have failed, even if I am a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life, before I die, I will still do something for Xian-Er in my last moments. That is to kill you. Su Yu let out a low growl, his will to die piercing through his will, shaking the heavens. Chapter 128. Chao Xian's suppressed killing intent finally exploded. He slowly lowered his hands behind his back, his tone extremely cold. You have no self-awareness. I regret giving you the chance to die as an apology. Let me do it myself and send you on your way. Chao Xian extended his finger, calmly pointing at Su Yu. This finger was plain and unadorned, but it surged with an unstoppable momentum. It was as if all life would be wiped out by this finger. Su Yu, who was being targeted, could not help but stiffen. The blood and spirit energy in his body became sluggish. He had only felt such an irresistible force from the second elder. The difference was that the second elder had rendered him immobile. Chao Xian had only affected the energy in his body. No matter how much self-awareness you have, it is enough to kill you. Su Yu grunted. Su Yu's expression was resolute. He clenched his fist toward the sky. Icy pearl, appear. Rumble, the icy azure lake within the icy star suddenly roared angrily, its ripples shocking the heavens. A green pearl the size of a house pierced through the clouds. With the force of light, it passed through the boundary between inside and outside, descending upon Su Yu's head. The terrifying cold energy surpassed the level of cold, causing one's heart to palpitate. Many ordinary disciples froze into ice sculptures just by looking at the icy pearl, as wisps of dark green cold air flowed out. The sky and the earth seemed to be frozen as well. Pitter-patter, strands of mist froze into ice shards and fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The calm expressions of the elders changed for the first time. Shreds of seriousness and shock rippled across their faces. The icy pearl within the icy azure lake. This pearl is the core of the icy star, sealing the extreme cold. Once it shatters, everything within a mile radius will be destroyed. Unless one is in the dragon realm, death is certain. Even a dragon realm cultivator would most likely die at close range. Protect the disciples. The master of the Lucian faction, a middle-aged man with a hoarse face, did not stop Su Yu. Instead, he used his spirit energy to protect the disciples beside him. The elders did not dare to hesitate. They moved to protect the disciples around them. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could such a terrifying weapon be controlled by Su Yu? Han Ji, whose face was dark and sunken, had a sudden change in expression. He was both shocked and furious. Xian, retreat. Danger. Panic spread through Han Ji's heart. How could he have expected a Saint King ant to be able to control the terrifying icy pearl? The killing intent and disdain on Chao Xian's face froze the moment the glacial pearl appeared. At first he was at a loss, but soon after, he recognized the origin of the object. His pupils gradually shrank to the size of a needle. Finally, there was fear, numbness in his scalp, and fear in his heart. The icy pearl of the icy jade lake. Because of its existence, the glacial jade pool was filled with endless cold qi. That pool of water was all because of its existence. Even if a person of the dragon realm were to fall into the cold lake, he would most likely die. If the cold air from the icy pearl entered his body, there would only be one outcome for him, a low-level dragon realm martial artist, and that was death. Without a doubt, he would die from the icy pearl. Su Yu, he could actually control the icy pearl. Swallowing hard, Chao Xian was terrified, his face as white as a sheet. Hearing his teacher's furious roar, his legs trembled. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. At this moment, Su Yu, who did not even have the right to speak to him, who he could kill with a finger, became the source of his fear. I said, "You must die." Su Yu let out a cold grunt, carrying Sienna as he flew above the icy pearl. Stepping on the pearl, he gave chase. The icy pearl's speed was unimaginably fast. It took only a blink of an eye to reach the inner sanctum. What more chasing Chao Xian? In less than a breath's time, the icy pearl had caught up. Die. I will do one last thing for Sienna. Su Yu was as cold as a king, his murderous intent extremely cruel. Han Ji slammed the table and stood up, roaring furiously, "How dare you!" Chao Xian was a disciple that he had groomed for many years. How could he allow someone to kill him in front of him? It was not that he was careless and did not guard against Su Yu, but that he did not see Su Yu as a threat, giving Su Yu the opportunity to use his killing weapon. Su Yu ignored him, his gaze ice cold. "Hanji, you old thief. It's a pity I do not have the power to kill you, or else I would send you to hell with me. Now bid farewell to your disciple." Creak! The icy pearl collided, crushing Chao Xian beneath it. Ah! With a cry of pain, the escaping Chao Xian was crushed to the ground by the icy pearl. Within the icy pearl, the dark green cold energy sealed within it was stirring. Just a sliver of it was enough to cause Chao Xian to cry out in pain and panic. His cold eyes were completely replaced by fear. "Su Yu, do you wish to kill a core disciple in front of everyone? If you kill me, you will have nowhere to run." Chao Xian roared out of his survival instincts as he faced death. Su Yu's lips formed a cold smile. "Even if I don't kill you, you will still kill me. Before I die, wouldn't it be worth it to drag you down with me? We can discuss this. Keep the icy pearl. I can let you live." Chao Xian's gaze flickered. On the surface, he looked like he was submitting, but deep within his eyes was a cold, murderous intent. He could let Su Yu live, but he could not guarantee that his master and the faction would let him live. Today he had caused a commotion at the wedding and killed Su Rong in front of everyone. The faction would not tolerate his death. Trying to buy time so that your omnipotent master can save you? Su Yu calmly glanced at the approaching second elder, his words exposing Chao Xian's plan. In fact, he had given Chao Xian the chance to speak in order to lure the second elder over, then send Chao Xian on his way. Before he died, he wanted to give the second elder a piece of his flesh. "Explode!" Su Yu laughed, letting out a roar. The dark, green cold energy within the icy pearl surged wildly. Crack! A deep crack suddenly appeared on the icy pearl. Not good. He's going to explode the icy pearl. Protect the disciples. Everyone retreat. The Lucian faction master's expression changed. A few of the elders were shocked. They did not need the Lucian faction master's reminder to know what to do. They quickly fled. "He's crazy." One of the elders was deeply shocked as he retreated. When one is at death's door, one must fight with his life on the line. Chao Xian and his master have gone too far. Evil deserves evil. Evil deserves evil. We do not need to intervene to save him. The elders exchanged glances. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of cracking filled the air, accompanied by the terrifying dark green cold energy. Chao Xian was extremely shocked. Looking at the crazed Su Yu, his heart filled with regret and hatred. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Su Yu on Shenyue Island that day. Han Ji's expression changed, a sliver of fear flashing in his eyes. His gloomy face was filled with anger. "Little bastard, you deserve to die just like your master." Rumble. How powerful was the attack of the elders. The day Chao Xian died would be the day Su Yu died. But to die with Chao Xian, to be able to injure Han Ji before he died, it was all worth it. He perished together? You must be daydreaming. A hoarse voice mixed with mockery suddenly reverberated in Su Yu's ears. The voice was really close to his ears. Just 3 inches behind him, a person had appeared without a single sound. Su Yu's body froze. He had been 3 inches from Han Ji, almost touching him, but he had not sensed the person approaching. His abilities were inferior to Han Ji, and the voice was extremely familiar to Su Yu. The second elder, the ugly woman. A jade-like hand was placed on Su Yu's shoulder. His entire body's power was instantly restrained. The icy pearl beneath his feet lost its power and gradually quietened down. It was forcefully stopped at the critical moment. Chao Xian was overjoyed. His expression was ferocious. Su Yu, I want you dead. Han Ji was shocked by the second elder's power. Seeing Su Yu being subdued, his eyes were filled with killing intent. You are just like your master, unable to differentiate good from bad. Die. Taking advantage of Su Yu being subdued, Han Ji suddenly attacked. Su Yu was filled with hatred. At the last moment, he was blocked by the ugly second elder. He could not drag Chao Xian down with him, and had to watch Han Ji kill him. But at this moment, creak! A bolt of energy suddenly shot out from the jade-like hand on Su Yu's shoulder. But it was not to kill Su Yu, but it headed straight for Han Ji. Han Ji was caught off guard, hurriedly blocking. Boom! It was just a wisp of energy, but it sent Han Ji flying back 100 meters. His clothes were torn apart by the energy, his hair a mess. His breathing was messed up, making him look battered. Han Ji was shocked and furious. What are you doing? Why did you attack me? The second elder walked out from behind Su Yu. Her disfigured and ugly face made her look like a ferocious ghost. Even in broad daylight, it caused people's hearts to tremble. Many of the younger disciples turned their heads away, not daring to look. Some of the elders also averted their gazes, their expressions filled with disgust. Even the rest of the elders, although their expressions did not change, their eyes were filled with disgust. Her face was too ugly, making it hard for anyone to have a good impression of her. On her ghostly face was a pair of pale eyes, coldly staring at Han Ji. He is someone I want to kill, and only I can kill him. Did you ask me if you wanted to touch him? Han Ji's face turned green and red, but he did not dare to retort. The second elder was irritable and temperamental, easily attacking. He did not dare offend her. He killed a fellow disciple. I will punish him on behalf of the faction. The second elder could only use the faction's name. The second elder squinted her eyes. That old hag? Humph. Her granddaughter was clearly engaged, but she forced her to marry someone else. She went back on her word. Her methods were despicable, heartless. This kind of person deserves to be killed. He is an outer sanctum disciple, yet he trespassed into the inner sanctum. How do you explain that? Han Ji felt that something was amiss. It seemed like the second elder was protecting Su Yu. The second elder laughed coldly. 3 days ago, he received the recognition of the icy pearl. He already has the qualifications to enter the inner sanctum. How is this trespassing? Humph. Then what about the fact that he injured so many disciples and the guards on the metal bridge? Han Ji felt that something was amiss. The second elder's ugly face lifted slightly, forming a mocking smile. A bunch of trash. You are inferior to others and were injured by this kid. Who can you blame? Nonsense. Han Ji was furious. The second elder's ugly face was filled with anger. She bared her teeth. Are you saying that I am being unreasonable? Han Ji's expression froze. Anyone who was familiar with the second elder knew that bared teeth was a sign that she was about to flip out. Once she went crazy, no one could stop her other than the great elder and the faction master. Han Ji swallowed his saliva, not daring to argue with her anymore. Humph, you know your place. If you dare say another word, I will pull out all your old teeth. The second elder retracted her anger and let out a cold grunt. The second elder turned her ugly face and looked at Suyu mockingly. Let's go, pitiful worm. You cannot die in the hands of others. I haven't had enough fun. Thank you, Suyu said softly, revealing a grateful smile. At this point, how could Suyu not understand? The seemingly ugly, repulsive, and perverse second elder was actually helping him. From the External Affairs Division, she had told him that Siener was about to get married, spurring him to train hard to save Siener. Now, she had hidden outside the house, quietly observing the situation. She had only suddenly appeared when Suyu was in danger, using the excuse of bringing Suyu and Siener away from danger. She seemed the most despicable, but in reality, she was the only person in the faction who was truly helping him. Otherwise, she could have just watched the pitiful worm die here. Why would she have needed to show herself and confront him? The second elder's mocking expression suddenly froze, her gaze wavering. So you could see the wavering clearly. There was the surprise of being seen through, the panic of being caught off guard, and the embarrassment of being caught in the act. She glared fiercely at Suyu, fiercely shouting, "I was just toying with you, idiot!" But Suyu's smile remained, as if he had seen through her disguise. The second elder's lips twitched. She looked into Suyu's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. After a moment, she shifted her gaze, letting out a cold grunt, so long-winded. "Come with me." If her skin was intact, one would definitely see that she was blushing awkwardly. Suyu smiled, his heart filled with gratitude. He had only met the second elder once. Even though he did not know why the second elder had helped him, Suyu could feel it. The second elder was ugly, but her heart was not ugly. Her face was disgusting but not evil. She had purposely used a hateful method to protect herself, not letting others see through her heart. It looked like the second elder was about to bring them away. Humph! A cold grunt came from the elders' seats. It was an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. He looked as if he was about to die. His dark red body glowed with a terrifying fluorescent light. His old eyes were a dim yellow, like the words of the dead. But no one dared to look him in the eye. The expressions of the elders changed, their hearts beating lightly. Their eyes were filled with deep respect. The master of the Lucien faction also had a serious expression, his eyes shining with deep fear. It was just a cold grunt, but the entire place was silent. No one dared to breathe. This person's identity was obvious. The great elder of the faction, Hanji's teacher. He was the strongest person in the faction, comparable to the master of the faction. His aged eyes drifted over to the second elder. His voice was flat, but there was an undeniable majesty to it. "Without my permission, they are not allowed to leave." The second elder was lawless, but her eyes showed a rare hint of fear. "Humph, what do you want?" "Suyu, execute him. Qin Siener, continue to marry Chao Xian," the great elder said calmly, as if it was an order from the master. The master was silent. He would not fall out with the great elder just for Suyu. The other elders did not dare go against the great elder. In an instant, his words had turned the tables. Chao Xian grinned. Suyu, if you die, I will take care of your woman for you. I will love her." Suyu's eyes were filled with killing intent. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He gently pushed away the second elder's palm, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Second elder, you have already done your best. Let me do this myself." Stepping onto the icy pearl again, Suyu exploded with killing intent. Rumble, the icy pearl suddenly sank, crushing Chao Xian beneath it. He groaned. The great elder's gaze was calm. He shook his head. Death is not to be regretted. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 129. Thump! But at that critical moment, a beautiful figure flew in front of Suyu. She slapped the old man's palm away with her bare hands. Thud, thud, the second elder and the great elder retreated a few steps at the same time. You dare attack me? Surprise, shock, and confusion appeared in the great elder's old eyes. The second elder would attack him, the great elder, for a brat who had nothing to do with him. His ugly face was cold, his raspy voice sending shivers down people's spines. I said before, only I can kill him. Whoever goes against me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crowd could not understand why the second elder would do this for Suyu, even going against the great elder. The great elder's yellow eyes gradually turned cold. His authority was not to be challenged. Whoosh! A middle-aged figure flew between the two of them. It was the Lucian faction master. The second elder was the third strongest in the faction. If she were to be injured or killed by the great elder, it would be difficult for him to find a strong helper to deal with the great elder in the future. Thus, he naturally had to mediate. As expected, the great elder's eyes were filled with fear. Faction master, are you going to attack me? Haha, of course not. Both of you are pillars of the faction. How can we let this affect our relationship? Matters between the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. We will judge fairly. The Lucian faction master smiled to ease the tension, redirecting the conflict to Suyu and Chao Xian. The great elder glanced at the two of them, nodding his head. All right, that should be the case. But the icy pearl needs to be kept, and the two of them will fight it out. The second elder sneered. A battle between a dragon realm and a holy king. What is there to worry about? Rather than letting them fight, why not let me fight you? That would be more meaningful. The Lucian faction master's gaze shifted, easing the tension. Haha, how about this? Chao Xian will suppress his cultivation level to the same level as Suyu, and the two of them will fight. Qin Xiener is Suyu's fiancée. However, she was deceived by the scoundrel Su Rong. Chao Xian and Elder Han Ji were kept in the dark, causing a misunderstanding between both parties. We should not hurt our relationship because of such vile people. It would be best to settle the dispute peacefully with a battle. Chao Xian suppressing his cultivation level, the second elder frowned deeply. Upon reaching the dragon realm, every move and technique possessed great power. Even if the opponent suppressed their cultivation base to the same level as Suyu, Suyu would not be able to defend against them. Just as she was about to object, a warm hand grabbed her hand and shook it lightly. When he turned around, he saw that it was Suyu. He shook his head with a smile and thanked him in a low voice. Thank you. This is already the best outcome. Let me face the rest by myself. The second elder was slightly startled when she felt the palm that grabbed her jade-like hand. A trace of tenderness that was difficult to detect flashed through her fierce eyes. Shortly after, he stared coldly at the Lucian faction master. Settle it in one battle? What was the solution? What would happen if Suyu lost? Could it be that you want to atone for your sins with death? The Lucian faction master glanced at Qin Xiener and said with a smile, since the conflict started because of Qin Xiener, she will naturally resolve it in the end. If Suyu wins, Qin Xiener will be returned to Suyu. Furthermore, this grudge will be written off, regardless of whether it is the disciples or the elders. No one is allowed to cause trouble for Suyu. We will all be witnesses. The great elder and the second elder are both respected people. I believe that they will not easily go back on their word. As for Chao Xian, if he goes back on his word, the other elders can punish him on behalf of their teachers. The second elder slowly nodded. That was fair. The great elder calmly nodded. All right. If Chao Xian cannot even defeat Suyu, I will not have the face to interfere. In other words, Chao Xian could not possibly lose. The Lucian faction master continued. Similarly, if Chao Xian wins, today's wedding will continue. Chao Xian will marry Qin Xiener. Regardless of whether it is Suyu or the second elder, no one is allowed to interfere. How about that? Suyu hesitated. Chao Xian freed himself from the icy pearl and laughed coldly. I believe you understand that even if you have the same cultivation level as me, you will not be able to withstand a single blow. Is that why you are unwilling to agree? If that is the case, put down Qin Xianer and scram immediately. Trash does not have the right to be by her side. Su Yu ignored him, lowering his head to look at the trembling Xianer in his arms. His heart was filled with tenderness. I am just unwilling to use the person I love as a wager. Even if I know I will definitely win, I am unwilling, because she is a heavy burden in my life that I cannot afford to gamble with. Hearing this, the crowd was silent. Su Yu was deeply in love. Even though he knew he would die today, he had still returned from the icy azure lake to steal the bride. They were truly a pair of true love. Xianer's nervous face revealed a sweet smile. She blushed, revealing dimples of happiness. Brother Su Yu, go! I believe you will win, because I will only be Brother Su Yu's bride. Xianer. Su Yu's heart trembled. He slowly raised his eyes, glowing fiercely. I accept the battle. The Lucian faction master heaved a sigh of relief. Good, but today is not a suitable day for a battle. This place is a mess, and some hidden dangers need to be dealt with as soon as possible. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Yu and the icy pearl beneath his feet. Wherever Su Yu passed, many of the lower-level disciples were frozen into ice sculptures, all of them in need of timely rescue. The great elder creased his brows, but the urgent matter at hand was to deal with the icy pearl that was about to explode. If the hidden dangers were not dealt with, the inner sanctum disciples would be in danger. Good. There will be a small sparring competition tomorrow at the Law Enforcement Tribunal. The two of you can join and fight on the spot. The great elder was in charge of the Law Enforcement Tribunal and knew the details. Chao Xian stared coldly at Su Yu, his lips forming a mocking smile. Su Yu, just watch as I, Chao Xian, marry your woman. Su Yu's gaze was calm. I hope you can still smile tomorrow. A shred of calmness and confidence blossomed from Su Yu's body, as if he was certain of victory. The crowd began to clean up the mess. The icy pearl was sent back to the icy azure lake and sealed. The frozen lower-level disciples were saved in time. The joyous wedding had come to an end. The news spread like wildfire throughout both the inner and outer sanctum factions. The king of the fallen star, an outer sanctum disciple, had the audacity to barge into the wedding of the disciple of the supreme elder and snatch the bride in front of everyone. In the end, it even incited a showdown between the elders. Once the news spread, it caused a commotion. Su Yu had yet to enter the inner sanctum, but his name had already spread far and wide. Su Yu and Qin Xianer were temporarily brought back to the courtyard of the second elder. Thank you, second elder, for your help. Su Yu bowed, not only for himself, but also for Li Guang. Li Guang had escaped death because of the second elder. Su Yu still owed him a debt of gratitude. The second elder fiercely shouted, Who helped you? I only wanted to keep you alive, so I could deal with you personally. Looking into her eyes, Su Yu smiled but did not speak. His eyes were filled with gratitude. As if she had been seen through, the second elder averted her gaze, her ears trembling. If she was still beautiful, she might have blushed. She glared at Su Yu fiercely. She was both embarrassed and annoyed that Su Yu had seen through her, and she could no longer hide her helplessness. She snorted lightly. Let's see if you can still smile when you lose to Chao Xian tomorrow and get your woman snatched away. If Chao Xian had really suppressed his cultivation level, I might not have lost. Su Yu smiled, gently caressing Xianer's head. For Xianer, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to win. The second elder had fought for this opportunity, even if it meant falling out with the great elder. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the great elder on the spot, and Xianer would have been forced to marry Chao Xian in front of his corpse. Fate will slide to the cruelest side. As long as he defeated Chao Xian, he and Xianer could sleep in peace. What was once a hopeless situation had now become a chance to turn everything around. All of this was thanks to the second elder. The normal elders watched from the sidelines, unwilling to go against the great elder. Even the Lucien faction master did not do anything during the wedding. In his eyes, Suyu was just an ant, unworthy of him going against the great elder. It was only after the second elder made her move that the Lucien faction master had no choice but to step in to ease the tension, creating an opportunity to turn the situation around. Seeing Suyu's confidence, the second elder was surprised. Where did Suyu's confidence come from? His cultivation level had risen crazily in the 3 days at the icy azure lake, from first-level peak Holy King to second-level peak Holy King. This was a huge breakthrough of an entire realm. It was nature-defying. In the past 3 days, Suyu had used the extreme cold energy of the icy azure lake to improve his Sai of Ice by leaps and bounds. Previously, he was still a distance away from stage 1 lower class. But with the help of the extreme cold energy, not only did he surpass lower class, he even broke through to upper class. Not only did he have 70% more spirit energy in his body than others of the same cultivation level, his speed of absorbing spirit energy was also terrifying. Thus, Suyu was able to survive in the face of death, defying the laws of nature and crossing an entire realm. It was also because he had absorbed the cold energy from the icy pearl that he had formed a connection with it, allowing him to control the cold energy within. Thus, he was able to use the icy pearl as his trump card to kill Chao Xian. The second elder could roughly guess Su Yu's breakthrough process, but could not see where Su Yu's confidence came from. It would be best if you were beaten to death tomorrow. Your woman stolen by Chao Xian. The second elder raised her ugly face, fiercely grunting. She swaggered off, leaving behind a string of words. You can rest here tonight. If you want anything, look for Mo Wu. Qin Xianer was a little afraid of the second elder, lightly wrinkling her nose. Brother Suyu, that woman is so fierce. Suyu rubbed her head, smiling. That is not fierce. It is a mask to hide her soft heart. Xianer scratched her head, as if she understood, but not really. What Suyu did not know was that the second elder had left the hall and returned to the backyard. Cough, cough. Her face suddenly turned pale, cold, sweat breaking out on her forehead. She coughed violently, a trace of red and black, abnormal blood coming out of her mouth. Master, medicine. Hearing the commotion, an icy beauty flashed over, her expression serious. She immediately took out a bottle of elixirs, filled with black pills. After swallowing one, the second elder's complexion slightly improved. The icy beauty was the direct disciple of the second elder, Mo Wu. She had once been ordered by her master to watch the Fallen Star contest, to observe Suyu. Otherwise, as one of the 4 great core disciples of the faction, how could the level of the Fallen Star contest catch her eye? Why would she have gone to watch the contest? All of this was because her master had ordered her to observe Suyu. Seeing the second elder in discomfort, Mo Wu could not bear it and was extremely indignant. Master, why are you so good to him? That day, you were clearly recovering from your injuries. But when you heard that an outer sanctum disciple named Suyu asked for your guidance for a day, you immediately gave up on your recovery and personally rushed over. Today was even more so. You were clearly injured and could not fight with anyone. You had restrained yourself many times before this. Why did you make an exception for Suyu and take a palm from the great elder? This caused the injuries in your body to act up. Master, you do not know each other. Why did you do this for him? Mo Wu was indignant, but she was also deeply jealous. What was so good about that disciple named Suyu? Chapter 130. Taking a deep breath, the second elder's breathing gradually calmed down. Her hideous face, like that of a ferocious ghost, was slightly raised as she looked at the sky. She had a meaningful smile on her face. Her voice changed from hoarse to sweet and melodious, as gentle as a silver bell. Her voice was shockingly beautiful compared to the ghostly face. Wooer, do you remember your expression the first time you saw me? Wu was slightly stunned. She immediately felt guilty and stammered. I was in awe. Not awe, but fear and dread. My face is uglier than a ghost's. The second elder laughed softly. Her laughter was gentle and beautiful, like the voice of a fairy. Wu's face turned red, and she hurriedly knelt on the ground. Teacher, please forgive me for being young and ignorant, for judging people by their appearance. A look of shame appeared on his face. The first time she saw the second elder's ghostly face, even though she pretended to be calm, she was only 13 or 14 years old. How could she hide her true feelings? Fear and dread were her first impressions. After interacting with her for a long time, she realized that the second elder's disgusting face was kind. Her heart was kinder than any righteous person in the faction. Now that she thought about it, her heart was filled with guilt. Even though her teacher had never said it clearly, Wu knew that her gaze had hurt her teacher. Then, do you know what Suyu's gaze was like when he first saw me? The second elder had a gentle smile on her face. Deep in her eyes, there was warmth and gratitude. Wu hesitated. He was only 14 years old. Could he be so mature that he pretended to be calm? He was not calm, he was sympathetic. The second elder's gentle and beautiful voice had a hint of emotion. The scene from that day appeared in her mind. The sun was gentle and the breeze was gentle. On an ordinary summer afternoon, a silver-haired, purple-robed stranger had walked up to her with a smile, asking about the rules of the depository. When he saw her scary, ghostly face, it was not fear, panic, or disgust. It was sympathy. It was the first time a stranger had shown sympathy after seeing her ghostly face. His clear eyes were like the afternoon sun, shining into the depths of her soul. Since young, she had endured too many strange gazes from strangers. She was numb to it and used to it. Only Suyu's gaze was like the sunlight passing through the dark clouds, shining into her dark and ice-cold heart, causing her soul to tremble. Thus, she remembered the silver-haired, purple-clothed youth, as well as his name, Suyu. This was the reason why she was willing to help. Everything was because of a single gaze. Wu clenched her fists. She felt ashamed and indignant. She knew very well how much pain her master was in, so she understood why her master had helped Suyu. Everything was because of gratitude. Gratitude for the gaze that had never looked down on him, disdained him, or hurt him. But why wasn't that person me? Wu felt indignant. With that, the second elder floated away. Wu said, "Tomorrow I will watch the battle on behalf of Master and tell you the details. You should go into closed-door cultivation to recuperate." The second elder didn't even turn her head. Her soft and beautiful voice carried an intoxicating gentleness. "This is a battle that concerns his fate. How can I abandon it?" Wu clenched her fists and hammered her jade-like legs with force. "I can't accept this. Why is he the one who makes teacher happy and not me?" At night, a lone candle lit up the lonely room. "Sienna, it's late. Go back to your room and sleep." Suyu patted Sienna's back lightly. Ever since they had reunited, Sienna had been clinging to him, unwilling to let go. "I won't. I'll sleep with Brother Suyu." Sienna whined, her snow-white arms hugging Suyu even tighter. "If I let go, you'll run away again." The first time was at the Twilight Mountains, when he had knocked her unconscious and handed her over to Senior Qin. The second time was at Fenghuang Valley, when he had tricked her into leaving first. Suyu had no choice but to lovingly carry her onto the bed and burrow into the blankets with her. Sienna buried her head deep into Suyu's chest, enjoying the embrace she hadn't had in a long time. Her small eyes were closed, her cheeks filled with happiness and dimples. Hugging the petite person in his arms, Suyu's heart was filled with love and affection. But suddenly, Sienna's curly eyelashes moved slightly. Her tender face was flushed red. She buried herself in Suyu's chest, her lips quivering. "Brother Suyu, let's consummate our marriage." Consummate? Suyu was stunned. Sienna's voice was like a mosquito's buzz, her face full of shyness. "I heard from Big Sister at Fenghuang Valley. When a man and a woman are in bed, they have to consummate their marriage." "Is it the matter between a man and a woman?" Suyu smiled. Sienna clenched her small fists, showing her nervousness. "I heard that girls are in pain. I'm afraid of pain, but—" Sienna raised her face, her big eyes looking straight at Suyu. She gathered her courage and said bravely, "I heard that boys like consummating their marriage because it's very comfortable. So, Brother Suyu, you do it. As long as Brother Suyu likes it and feels comfortable, I'm not afraid of pain. I can endure it." Hearing her tender voice, Suyu was touched. Sienna had always been thinking of him. Even though she was afraid of pain, she pretended to be calm. Suyu bent down and kissed Sienna's rosy lips. He sucked on her soft lips gently. Although she was inexperienced, Sienna instinctively felt that this was a very intimate action. She closed her eyes shyly, allowing Suyu to kiss her lips. After a moment, their lips parted. Sienna's face was flushed, her heart thumping nonstop. Her big eyes were suddenly afraid of Suyu's gaze. She buried her head in his neck and whispered, "It feels very comfortable. I like it very much." Suyu smiled tenderly. "This is consummating our marriage. It doesn't hurt, right?" Nodding her head quickly, the shadow in Sienna's heart gone. She chuckled. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Hee hee. Those big sisters must have been deceived by boys. Now that you've consummated your marriage, close your eyes and sleep, okay?" Sienna nodded her head obediently, lying in Suyu's embrace in satisfaction and falling asleep. In the past 5 days, her mind had changed a few times. Today, she had experienced great joy and great sorrow. She had not closed her eyes for long before she fell asleep. Using the standards of his previous life, Sienna was a lowly in both appearance and intelligence. Suyu loved her so much. How could he destroy her body so early? Similarly, Sienna would not allow anyone to destroy her. Therefore, Suyu had to win the battle tomorrow. He had to establish a foothold for himself and Sienna in the Lucien faction. He had to create a possibility for their future. If he lost, Sienna would be destroyed by Chao Xian, and he would spend the rest of his life in guilt and regret. Clenching his fists, Suyu hugged Sienna and fell asleep. The next morning, Sienna was sleeping like a kitten. Opening his eyes, he looked at the sleeping Sienna. She was like a cute little elf in the mountains, worthy of love. Suddenly, Suyu's gaze fell on her neck. The mark of a fire phoenix could be seen clearly. This was the mark of Sienna's bloodline of the 9 phoenixes. However, what made Suyu slightly puzzled was that around the fiery phoenix there was an indistinct layer of faint black fog surrounding it. Could it have been like this in the past, but he had never noticed it? Oh, Sienna flipped over in a naive manner. The mark was suppressed, and he could no longer observe it. Suyu collected his doubts and looked at the white sky in the east. He then kissed her rosy lips and got up quietly. The battle that would decide Sienna's life had finally arrived. As he left the courtyard, he saw a lady standing quietly at the entrance. She was about 20 years old and extremely beautiful. She had an oval face that was as fair as jade. Her facial features were soft and exquisite, and her face was like peach blossoms in April. Her long black hair quietly hung down to her slender waist. Her light yellow robe tightly wrapped around her mature and graceful body, revealing her alluring curves. What a classically beautiful woman! But her temperament was cold and distant, pushing people 1,000 miles away. "You're finally awake. Humph. I've been ordered by my teacher to bring you to the Law Enforcement Tribunal." The icy beauty's expression was covered in ice all year round, and it was difficult for her to show her emotions. But Su Yu could faintly feel an indescribable hostility. She was the direct disciple of the second elder, Mo Wu, one of the four great core disciples of the Lucian faction. Ability: Dragon Realm. Nodding his head slightly, Su Yu's expression was calm as he followed her to the Law Enforcement Tribunal. The Law Enforcement Tribunal was the organization that carried out the punishment of the faction. It was used to intimidate the faction's disciples. Hence, the requirement for ability was extremely high. They held a small sparring session every month to train the disciples' combat abilities. But today's sparring session had an extraordinary significance. The elders of the faction would be there to observe. The second elder and the 10th elder would be there. The fight between the two of you will be accompanied by the Law Enforcement Tribunal's 4 rising stars. Mo Wu's slender legs strode forward, coldly saying without turning her head, 4 rising stars of the Law Enforcement Tribunal? Su Yu nodded. How are their abilities? At least 3rd level Holy King, Mo Wu replied coldly. She paused for a moment. By the way, let me remind you that the Law Enforcement Tribunal is the most powerful organization in the faction. Members who are above 3rd level have the right to cultivate legacy-level cultivation techniques. The black armored guards that you defeated previously cannot compare. Cultivate legacy-level cultivation techniques? Su Yu's expression was calm. He had never underestimated the Law Enforcement Tribunal, so he was not surprised. Glancing back at Su Yu's calm expression, Mo Wu thought he was overconfident. She coldly grunted. You better take this seriously. It's fine if you lose the woman, but don't embarrass my master. Yes, Senior Mo, Su Yu smiled in response. Mo Wu continued coldly. The 4 rising stars are the most outstanding new Law Enforcement Tribunal disciples in the past 5 years. Every one of them has dealt with evil people individually. Their abilities are shocking, and they have rich combat experience. Among them, the strongest rising star, Wang Xinxue, is a 3rd level peak Holy King. He once fought with a 4th level Holy King and did not lose. Su Yu was shocked. Wang Xinxue was very strong. Among the 3rd level Holy Kings, he rarely met a worthy opponent. During the sparring session, if you are defeated by someone else before you have even fought with Chao Xian, it will be considered your defeat. According to the agreement, Qin Xianer will be betrothed to Chao Xian. Neither you nor my master can object. They entered the training grounds at the backyard of the Law Enforcement Tribunal. A murderous aura assaulted their senses. Groups of men dressed in black stood on both sides of the training grounds. Every breath they took and every look they gave off was oppressive. Those who did not have a strong will would inevitably be afraid upon entering the Law Enforcement Tribunal. Su Yu's expression was calm as he walked to the training grounds. For young men dressed in black had already arrived. They were silent and stood below the arena, their bodies emitting a cold aura. When can I fight? Su Yu took a light breath. He desperately wanted to fight Chao Xian as soon as possible to settle this once and for all. Mo Wu calmly said, The second match will be you. Not long after, the second elder and the 10th elder arrived. The great elder had a noble status and did not have the time to observe a small sparring session. The faction master's goal had been achieved. No matter the outcome of this match, the grudge between the two parties had been resolved. Chao Xian arrived with the 10th elder, sneering at Su Yu from afar. "I, Chao Xian, will take your woman." "I, Su Yu, will also take your life," Su Yu coldly replied. Their gazes collided, their battle intense exploding. This match concerned Xianer and Su Yu's future. Su Yu could only win, he could not lose. If he lost, he would lose Xianer's entire life. Chapter 131. Now that the two Supreme Elders had arrived, the competition naturally began. First battle, Luo Hao versus Song Yu. Whoosh! A man and a woman flew across the training field. Dressed in black, their expressions were cold, and their temperaments were steady. Baleful auras appeared on the surface of their bodies. Luo Hao is ranked fourth among the 4 new stars, a third-level lower tier, Holy King. Song Yu is ranked third, a third-level lower tier, Holy King. Mo Wu introduced expressionlessly. Su Yu sized up the two of them. They were at the same cultivation level, but Song Yu, who was a woman, was ranked higher than Luo Hao. Let the competition begin. Shua. In an instant, the two figures attacked decisively. As a female, Song Yu had an innate advantage in flexibility. Coupled with the movement technique she cultivated, her body was as light as a swallow. Her movements were light and agile, and her attacks were gentle and precise. Luo Hao was tall and sturdy, but it did not affect his agility. His hands and feet attacked and defended at the same time. Crackle, the two of them exchanged several blows. Just from the evaluation of movement techniques and attack, they were equally matched. It was impossible to see how Song Yu ranked higher than Luo Hao. After 10 moves, the two of them clashed their palms and separated. In the past month, your movement technique has improved slightly. Not bad. Next, you will have to spar with an outsider. The competition has come to an end. Song Yu's face was filled with praise. Luo Hao cupped his hands and bowed. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister, for your comments. Senior Apprentice Sister, please feel free to make your move. I want to see if I can withstand your full strength. Song Yu was intentionally suppressing his strength to spar with Luo Hao. All right. Song Yu nodded her chin, her jade-like hands nodding. A ball of water, vapor the size of a palm, condensed in his palm. Zhang Xian clenched his fist, and the water vapor condensed into a ribbon that wrapped around his arm. White silk in the sky. With a shout, Song Yu closed in. The ribbons around him danced in the air like a swimming dragon. Su Yu's expression was slightly grave. Legacy-level cultivation technique. After entering the sect, this was the first time he saw a disciple executing a true legacy cultivation technique. Luo Hao's expression froze. He spread his arms like a rock spreading its wings and soared into the sky. Rock spreads its wings. With a low roar, his feet moved like a spiral, and his body twisted as he descended from the sky. It rotated at high speed, stirring up the surrounding air and emitting an ear-piercing explosion. Gusts of strong wind swept across the surroundings, causing Su Yu's silver hair to flutter. I've come into contact with the level of a legacy-level cultivation technique, Su Yu muttered. The corner of Song Yu's mouth held a bit of praise. Not bad. In just a short month, my comprehension of the Heaven's Path Divine art has improved. But it's still not enough. The ribbon in her jade-like hand was dancing softly, but at this moment, it was as sharp as a whip. The water ribbon fiercely whipped down, causing the air to tremble slightly. Crackle. It was like a clap of thunder that resounded in the sky. It was as if Luo Hao had been struck by lightning. His flying body stopped abruptly as he flew out of the arena. Whoosh! The ribbon turned into a ball of gentle water and gently supported Luo Hao to the ground. Thank you, Senior Sister, for showing mercy. Luo Hao was grateful, but his face was bitter. I didn't think that I would still lose to Senior Sister. Song Yu smiled. Inherited cultivation techniques are extremely powerful and can greatly increase your overall strength. In the future, if you can successfully comprehend the inherited cultivation technique, the gap between us will naturally be made up. After his speech, Song Yu's smile gradually disappeared, replaced by coldness. He frowned as he looked at Su Yu. You are Su Yu? Come up. I've been ordered to spar with you. From his expression, Song Yu seemed to dislike Su Yu a little. Is it finally my turn? Su Yu took a step forward, cupping his hands in respect. I am Su Yu. I would like to seek guidance from Senior Sister Song Yu. Seek guidance? A lawless person. This song doesn't dare to be called that. A faint, baleful aura surfaced between Song Yu's brows. As a disciple of the law enforcement tribunal, she naturally hated people who violated the rules of the faction. Not only had Su Yu barged into the inner sanctum, killed Su Rong, injured the guards of the metal bridge, and even caused a commotion at the wedding of the disciple of the elder, his reputation in the law enforcement tribunal was not good. If not for the protection of the second elder, he would have long been punished by the law enforcement tribunal. Feeling Song Yu's hostility, Su Yu's expression was calm. I was only trying to save my fiancé. In a moment of desperation, I might have violated the rules of the faction. If I have offended senior sister, I hope you can forgive me. Humph. Sophistry. The rules of the faction are the most important. No matter the reason, anyone who violates the rules of the faction should be punished. Song Yu's expression became colder. Su Yu creased his brows. This woman was too stubborn about the rules. He asked, according to what you mean, even if I knew that my fiancé was being forced to marry someone else, I should still watch from the sidelines. Yes, Song Yu was decisive and concise. The rules of the faction are above everything else. How can your fiancé be compared to the rules of the faction? Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He did not wish to be entangled with a woman who did not know right from wrong. He calmly said, "Let's fight. I have nothing more to say to you." Song Yu's lips formed a mocking smile. It seems that you are too confident in your abilities after defeating the guards of the metal bridge. All right, I will use my abilities to wake you up. It is best if you respect the law enforcement tribunal. In front of the law enforcement tribunal, your abilities are useless. White silk in the sky. Whoosh, a soft ribbon wrapped around her arm. As Song Yu closed in, the ribbon circled in the air. Her speed was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Crackle! It was like a whip dancing in the air, ready to deal a fatal blow to Su Yu at any time. Get down! Song Yu was furious, her jade-like hand slashing toward Su Yu. At the same time, the jade ribbon behind her was like a whip, ruthlessly lashing at Su Yu's back. In an instant, Su Yu was attacked from both front and back. But he stood his ground, not dodging in the slightest. Instead, he struck out with both his hands, one toward Song Yu in front of him, the other towards the ribbon behind him. Crash! Ah! The two palms collided in the air. But Song Yu, a third-level lower-tier Holy King, was sent flying by Su Yu's palm in the direct collision. She spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Song Yu's face was filled with shock. In a direct clash of spirit energy, she was no match for the low-level Su Yu, but her face was filled with dissatisfaction. Get down! She abruptly pulled back her arm. The ribbon that was attacking Su Yu completely struck Su Yu's back. The power of a legacy-level technique from a third-level Holy King was not to be underestimated. But Su Yu did not even turn his head, calmly pointing his finger. Crack! A shocking scene appeared. Struck by a finger, the fierce and soft ribbon suddenly stopped, turning into a hard ice sculpture. Furthermore, an astonishing chill was being transmitted through the soft ribbons at an extreme speed. Not good. Song Yu's expression changed. He wanted to give up on the ribbon, but it was too late. The chill traveled along the whip and froze Song Yu's arm into ice. As she screamed in fear, her entire body turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. 2 fingers and 1 move had defeated Song Yu. Luo Hao was aghast. Even someone as strong as Song Yu had been defeated in 1 move. Su Yu calmly retracted his palms, calmly looking at Song Yu's ice sculpture. Actually, you are the one who is too conceited. Then he lightly tapped his toes. Crash! Song Yu's entire body froze, turning into ice shards. She was liberated. Whoosh! Taking a few deep breaths, Song Yu's face was flushed. Her breathing was uneven, and her face was red. Su Yu was so powerful. Defeating the black-armored guard that day was not a coincidence. Chao Xian's disdainful eyes turned serious for the first time. Humph! You do have some foundation. The second elder and the 10th elder were also slightly surprised. At the wedding yesterday, Su Yu had not fully displayed his abilities. Many people thought that Su Yu's ability to defeat the black-armored guard was the limit of his abilities. Who would have thought that even someone as powerful as Song Yu would be defeated by him? Third match, Song Yu versus Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang was ranked second among the 4 rising stars of the Law Enforcement Tribunal, just below Wang Xinxue. His abilities had reached 3rd level upper tier, Holy King. It had to be said that his abilities were exceptionally terrifying. Song Yu took a few deep breaths and flew to the training grounds. Senior Chen, please enlighten me. Song Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Sparring with someone stronger than him, like Chun Xiang, would usually be rewarding. There were not many opportunities like this. Every month, he would only get what he wanted during the sparring sessions. Among the 4, Chun Xiang was the most serious. To be precise, he looked a little sinister. The way he looked at people always gave people a very sinister feeling. Chun Xiang lightly nodded. Make your move. Song Yu was delighted. He attacked with all his might. White silk sky. His body was wrapped in a soft ribbon. Song Yu closed in, full of anticipation for the battle. But just as he was about to exchange blows with Chun Xiang, his gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Breaking dragon palm. A palm, like a giant blade, slashed down from the sky. It was as if it could split the heavens, slicing the dragon in half. The ferocious force was incomparably strong. The energy it stirred up was hard to look at. Su Yu's expression was slightly grave. Stage 1 upper class of a legacy level technique? No, it was only infinitely close to stage 1 upper class. There was still a fine line separating it. But the power was already extremely terrifying. With a pathetic shriek, Song Yu had no way to resist. He fell to the ground on the spot. The sound of ribs breaking drifted into his ears. What a ruthless palm! It was clearly a sparring session, but Chun Xiang was so ruthless. Blood flowed from the corner of Song Yu's mouth. He endured the pain and climbed up with difficulty. He looked at Chun Xiang with fear and anger. Senior Chin, we agreed to a sparring session. Why are you so ruthless? Chun Xiang stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were gloomy. Humph! You still have the cheek to ask why? You can't even defeat a 2nd level Holy King. You're useless. You've lost the face of the Law Enforcement Tribunal. This palm was a punishment. There will be no next time. Biting his lips, Song Yu dragged his injured body off the stage. With that, Chun Xiang stared at Su Yu coldly. I advise you to admit defeat immediately when you meet me. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Su Yu's gaze was calm. I also advise you to treat your enemy with caution. Even if you look down on him, do not belittle him. You're not worthy of my attention. Chun Xiang coldly scolded. At this moment, the referee announced. 4th match, Chun Xiang versus Chao Xian. Was it finally Chao Xian's turn? Su Yu wanted to see how powerful a 2nd level peak Holy King would be when his cultivation level was suppressed. I admit defeat. But just as the referee finished speaking, Chun Xiang decisively admitted defeat. Chao Xian, who was about to step forward, casually stopped in his tracks. He lightly dusted his clothes and curled his lips. At least you know what's good for you. Looking at Chun Xiang, his face was cold and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The serious and sinister Chun Xiang actually forced out a smile. It could be seen that the respect he had for Chao Xian, who was at the Dragon Realm, was deep in his bones. As such, Chao Xian, who had suppressed his cultivation level to be lower than Chun Xiang, was so cowardly that he did not even have the will to fight. Wang Xinxue, who was at the side, shook his head. Martial arts can be lacking, but the martial heart cannot be destroyed. Hearing this, Chun Xiang looked embarrassed, but he did not agree with Wang Xinxue. At the Dragon Realm, even if his cultivation level was suppressed, His cultivation techniques and battle experience were still present. How could he be a match for Wang Xinxue? Fifth match, Su Yu versus Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang's smile suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a sinister expression. Kid, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, it will not be so easy to get off the stage later. The honor of the law enforcement tribunal is not so easily violated. Whoosh, flying onto the stage, Su Yu calmly said, Not everyone is like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 132. One move? Ha ha ha. You are indeed a daring person who disregards the rules of the faction. In terms of arrogance, I am far inferior to you. Qin Xiang laughed. Since that is the case, I shall see how you defeat me in one move. Whoosh! The speed of a third-level upper tier, Holy King, was astounding. He was much faster than any opponent Su Yu had ever encountered. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiang disappeared from his original spot, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as he headed straight for Su Yu. When he saw the afterimage 3 meters away, Qin Xiang was already 1 meter away. Qin Xiang laughed coldly and struck with his palm. You are only SOSO. Creak! His palm easily penetrated Su Yu's body. He did not even have time to react. The pupils of the spectators shrank slightly. Su Yu was inferior to Song Yu to be able to succeed so easily. However, Qin Xiang's cold smile gradually stiffened. His palm did not feel like it had hit anything. It was as if his palm had struck the air. Looking over, Su Yu's figure slowly dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. A law enforcement tribunal disciple who was watching the battle had a look of shock on his solemn face. The law enforcement tribunal disciples had undergone all kinds of special training. Their eyesight was the focus of their special training. However, not a single person present discovered that it was actually an afterimage. Wang Xinxue's calm eyes gradually turned serious. He muttered softly, What fast speed! Even my eyes were fooled. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. An unimaginable movement technique. From the clarity of the afterimage, he must have left in the nick of time. However, his speed was too fast for normal eyesight to follow. Chao Xian narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. Humph! His movement technique is passable. Only the second elder and the 10th elder had calm expressions. Everything was under control. Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat, as if his heart had missed a beat. The speed was so fast that he could not capture it. Su Yu's movement technique was above his. Whoosh! A light flapping sound came from above his head. Qin Xiang looked up. A purple shadow stood indifferently above his head. On its back was a pair of ice crystal wings that emitted a cold light, silently flapping. You could not even capture my real body. How can you blame Song Yu for being useless? Su Yu coldly spat out. Song Yu, who was below the stage, was slightly stunned. The grievance in her heart was slightly relieved. When she looked at Su Yu again, Su Yu was actually speaking up for her. Qin Xiang's face alternated between green and red. Gritting his teeth, he condensed his spirit energy into a pair of wings and soared into the sky. You're just relying on your movement technique. Is that what makes you so arrogant? Nothing more than this. Qin Xiang shouted angrily. He flew closer, and after taking a good look at the right angle and timing, his palm suddenly chopped down. Dragon-breaking palm. His palm was like a blade from the heavens, slashing upwards. It was as if he wanted to kill the heaven and earth azure dragon. A boundless aura danced wildly as spiritual energy swallowed and spat out. The might of an inherited skill that was close to stage 1 large mastery shook the heavens. Just the wind from his palm was like a gust of wind, and it was painful. Su Yu's expression was calm. He let out a light breath, and the cold energy in his body gathered in his right palm. The icy divine wings, which had been cultivated to greater mastery of the first level, was activated, and a pair of flying swan wings suddenly flapped. Whoosh! Su Yu's figure disappeared into thin air. Qin Xiang's expression changed. Shameless Junior running away again, schwa. Before he could finish speaking, a figure teleported and appeared 1 meter in front of him. A cold palm collided head-on with his palm. Boom! Ice shards flew everywhere, and the cold wind howled. The frightening spiritual energy shook the surroundings, bringing with it a strong gust of wind and countless ice shards, causing the disciples around the training grounds to retreat. In the cold wind, Song Yu squinted her eyes, trying to discern the situation in the training grounds. Ice shards flew everywhere, causing the training grounds to be like a snowstorm, white as snow. But in the blur, Song Yu's pupils shrank, and her face was filled with shock. A purple figure stood in the wind and snow. Under his feet, a figure was writhing. When the energy weakened and everything became clear, many people were as shocked as her. Qin Xiang had been slapped to the ground by Su Yu. His right palm, which had used the dragon-breaking palm, was frozen into ice. Qin Xiang himself was pressed to the ground from the air by gravity. The ground where Qin Xiang was lying on had many cracks. Qin Xiang was crushed, and he spat out blood. He looked at Su Yu in fear. Your spiritual energy is stronger than mine. How is that possible? Even the legacy-level technique of the faction, 1000 Thread Mantra, cannot expand the power of spiritual energy to such an extent. Qin Xiang was in disbelief. Su Yu is not practicing the 1000 Thread Mantra, but the sigh of ice from the divine ice ancient kingdom. The expansion of spiritual energy was not something the 1000 Thread Mantra could compare to. Now that he had achieved stage 1 upper tier, his spiritual energy was 70% higher than others of the same level, which was equivalent to a 3rd level peak Holy King. Qin Xiang could not compare. The second elder secretly sized up Su Yu with her pale eyes, slightly surprised. If she was not mistaken, this was already Su Yu's 2nd legacy-level technique. One was a body technique, and the other was a spiritual energy expansion technique. Moreover, they were not legacy-level techniques of the faction. Where did he get them? The 10th elder also saw the clues, and his eyes narrowed. This disciple of Li Guang was a little strange. But when he saw his own disciple, Chao Xian, his heart calmed down. No matter how strong Su Yu was, he could not be stronger than Chao Xian. Glancing at Qin Xiang, Su Yu retracted his icy divine wings and said indifferently, I am not arrogant, but you are a piece of trash. Since you lost to me in one move, should you accept the punishment of the other disciples of the Law Enforcement Tribunal? Qin Xiang was both embarrassed and angry. Because Song Yu had lost to him in one move, he had taught her a lesson and called her a piece of trash. Now that he had lost to Wang Xinxue in one move, should he be punished by Wang Xinxue? The 6th match, Wang Xinxue versus Qin Xiang. Wang Xinxue looked up, slowly walking into the arena. When he passed by Qin Xiang, he shook his head in disappointment. His body trembled, and Qin Xiang revealed a look of fear. I admit defeat. Qin Xiang chose to admit defeat. He was afraid that Wang Xinxue would punish him like how he punished Song Yu. Most importantly, he was definitely not Wang Xinxue's match. He could not even shake his opponent with a finger. Wang Xinxue did not stop him, but was even more disappointed. He commented indifferently, You are far from Su Yu. Your abilities are not as good, and your temperament is not as good. It is no surprise that you lost to him. Qin Xiang could not refute, and lowered his head in shame, but he was not convinced. If Su Yu did not have the strange spiritual energy, how could he win? He had cultivated the legacy-level technique to the point where he could touch the 1st level of mastery. If they had the same amount of spiritual energy, Su Yu would have been crushed to pieces, and would not be humiliated like this. The 7th battle, Wang Xinxue versus Chao Xian. Chao Xian didn't move at all. He didn't even look at the training field. He waited for a while, but there were no words of surrender. Only then did he look up. What? You don't want to surrender? Even though I know I can't beat you, I still have to fight. Wang Xinxue's gaze was resolute. She glanced at Su Yu, who was standing at the side with his eyes closed. Admiration and admiration filled her heart. Even though the disciples of the law enforcement hall had a negative opinion of Su Yu was still in a bad mood. However, Wang Xinxue had witnessed the battle of the falling stars with his own eyes. His unyielding will to survive in the face of death had deeply shaken his soul. In fact, after witnessing that battle, a shadow had appeared in Wang Xinxue's heart. Although his strength was not high, his unyielding spirit of heaven forsaking me, I would rather become a demon, was as imposing as the heavens. That person was Su Yu. At that moment, he wanted to be like Su Yu. Even though he knew that he was no match for Chao Xian, he still wanted to fight bravely. As long as the soul was not destroyed, the martial heart would last forever. A trace of disdain appeared on Chao Xian's face. Since there were elders present, he could only go up. Whoosh! A piercing sound rang out as Chao Xian made his move. However, Chao Xian remained in his original position. Wang Xinxue frowned. Why does Senior Chao not want to spar with me? However, a faint mocking voice suddenly came from the training ground behind him. You can't even catch my shadow, how can you spar? Wang Xinxue suddenly turned around. It was Chao Xian standing behind him with his hands behind his back. Looking at Chao Xian beside the 10th elder, the Chao Xian gradually turned into a shadow. An illusion. Wang Xinxue was shocked. Chao Xian had suppressed his cultivation level to 2nd level peak Holy King, but his speed still exceeded the limits of his vision. Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, Wang Xinxue's eyes were filled with anticipation. He cupped his fists and bowed. Senior Chao, please enlighten me. The words, enlighten me, were definitely not polite. With Chao Xian's strength and status, Wang Xinxue did not have the qualifications to spar with him. Now, it was all thanks to the battle between Chao Xian and Su Yu that he had the opportunity to spar with him. He did not know if he could last more than 10 moves with Chao Xian if he suppressed his cultivation level to a level lower than his own. At least 3 moves was Wang Xinxue's bottom line. If he could last more than 10 moves, he would be satisfied. After all, he was facing a powerful fighter of the Dragon Realm. His cultivation techniques and battle experience were all retained. Enlighten me? There is no need. Chao Xian coldly shook his head. I will let you have 3 moves. After that, admit defeat and get off the stage. My opponent is Su Yu. I have no time to waste with you. Wang Xinxue was slightly stunned. His face turned red from the humiliation. Senior Chao, are you looking down on me? If you want to attack, attack immediately. Otherwise, you will not even have the chance to attack. Chao Xian lightly snorted. Not even have the chance to attack? Wang Xinxue was deeply unconvinced. If that is the case, I will embarrass myself. Wang Xinxue bellowed and attacked decisively. Heavenly Dragon Strike. Wang Xinxue clenched his fists and suddenly punched out, like a dragon emerging from the sea. 2 light yellow dragon shadows shot out from his fists. The dragon shadows roared, emitting an aura that could intimidate all living things. The 2 dragons collided violently, as if they were going to shatter mountains and rivers. Su Yu was slightly surprised. This move had actually reached stage 1 upper class of a legacy level technique. It was not far from stage 1 upper class. The strength of the move was rather terrifying. Chao Xian was surprised, but then he curled his lips into a smile. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared. He did not take advantage of the situation to attack Wang Xinxue, but instead headed straight for the 2 dragons. 6 fingers of destruction. Chao Xian bellowed. He was clearly a 2nd level peak Holy King, but his 6 fingers condensed a terrifyingly hot flame. When he tapped the air, the flame swallowed everything. The dust in the air was completely reduced to nothingness. Creak! The two powerful dragon shadows were extinguished in an instant. A faint spark followed the dragon shadows and headed straight for Wang Xinxue. Wang Xinxue's expression changed. Legacy-level technique, stage 1 upper class. Seeing the spark heading for him, Wang Xinxue hurriedly cut off his connection with the two dragons. But it was too late. Creak! The flame immediately burned his body, turning his clothes and hair into ashes on the spot. The smell of burnt flesh, accompanied by Wang Xinxue's pained expression, drifted into the air. The second elder frowned slightly and flicked her finger. Creak! The flame was extinguished. Wang Xinxue's body was charred black, and he fainted on the spot. The disciples of the law enforcement tribunal were shocked beyond words. The leader of the 4 stars, facing Chao Xian, who was 1 level lower than him, did not even have the ability to retaliate. Chao Xian sneered. With this level of skill, you can't even give you a 3-move handicap, and you dare talk about sparring with me? Chao Xian did not retaliate just now. It was just a spark that accidentally spread to Wang Xinxue. But even so, Wang Xinxue was still defeated. The final battle, Chao Xian against Su Yu. Whoosh! Almost as soon as the referee finished speaking, Su Yu flew forward in a flash. His pair of cold eyes emitted a deep chill. He had been waiting for this battle for too long. Chao Xian sneered. You're finally here. There was no need for words between the two of them. Today's training ground was their stage, a stage prepared for their battle. Su Yu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened them. Let's fight.